Let's see if there's anybody out there today, this morning, that's ready to do some talking. We'll have our first cup of coffee this morning. Aha. Now there's somebody right there that I know. Morning, sir. Love your music. You're inspiring a lot of people. I saw you a couple of days ago. You was on a ride, which is nothing unusual for you. Well, you think about the influence you have over of so many people that you run across, the message you have to bring, and the thoughts of other human beings you have in mind. You're not a selfish person. That's what makes you outstanding. In some ways, your life is really lonely because you put in a lot of seat time, but you seem like you're never alone when you're riding. Hey, Tony, good to see you. Um, we're going to go for a ride today. I went for a night ride, late in the evening. I left here at 7:30 and 7:30 p.m. and I rode. I had to try out. I got a new device that came from my camera, so I can plug in the camera. Let me see if I got one over here. Here's one. The camera now has this little thing over here on the side. I don't know if it's very clear. It has a little thing on the side here. If I can get over there. Oh, hell, it ain't never going to focus. There it is right there. See there, you got a new, oh, it was focused. It's got a USB connection. Oh, look at that piece of shit. It was just almost focused. There it is. See, it's got a USB connector, C, and a 3.5 millimeter audio adapter. That's what I've been waiting on. It's always had the little C connector, USB C, that you could plug into, but you don't have an audio jack that ends in a USB C. They're always in 3.5 or whatever. So I ordered this, that little bitty thing right there, with tax, $63 for that little device right there from DJI. They're spendy little boogers. But the thing is, it's waterproof. When you push it in, it seals up. And of course, these things, they come with a case. Here's a case right here. They have a hard case as well. So you unlatch it and you put the camera inside there. And what I like about these, instead of the media mod like GoPro, you just unlatch it. It comes apart real easy. It's easy to take in and out. You don't even have to take it out. Once you put it in there, you can do everything from the side. You can transfer your data here. You can charge the camera here. You can do the audio thing. Oh yeah, yeah. I did a little bit of research before I bought the camera, and I mean, I'm talking about I watched a lot of comparison. I have a GoPro 11 that I use, and this GoPro 11 really does a good job. I mean, it makes a lot of, but the problem being is it gets hot. And when you live in a hot place like you people do and like I do, um, when it's 98 degrees and you're riding, this only lasts 25, 30 minutes and you're dead. It gets so hot it shuts down. And this one right here, this one doesn't get hot. They have a much better management of the heat dissipation. Um, yeah, this is not a heating issue with this, the way the battery is laid out, and it's a fairly large battery too, 1950 milliamp hours. I think it's what it is, 1950. Yeah, coal. Of course, coal. A battery doesn't function. I know one time we was up on Mount Rainier, and we took up on Mount Rainier. It's only like 14,000 feet. We wasn't up on the top. We was up on the side of Mount Rainier. I'm not trying to tell you I climbed. My son's been up there he's been up there a lot of times, but not me. We got up there, and I'm a ham radio operator, so I took a handy talkie, a little um, dual band handy talkie. And when you get up there above 10,000 feet, you have a clear line of sight for out 150 miles out. You can, even though you're over the radius of the curvature of the earth, at that height, you can reach out 150 miles. Man, I had to envision in my head when I get up there, I was going to be able to, hello, world, this is Old Mack. But got up there and the batteries, it keyed up the radio, and about 2 transmissions later, we were dead in the water. The batteries had frozen. Get 500 miles. Wow. You're like a traveling man. You're going to make a lot of stops. Oh, Diane Breed. Good morning, buddy. I didn't see you over there. I was busy talking. Yeah, we're going to go for a ride today. We got some more testing I want to do with the new camera. So far, I've made a couple of videos and I like the results. The audio yesterday, when I went for the ride and I came back and I checked it, the audio was 99% perfect. But as a radio guy, I realized the audio was flat topping. In other words, it was peaks when you speak. It was clipping, and the reason you can look at the screen and the audio bar was all the way into the red. So I came home and reduced it by 6 dBs. It was sitting at +6. The audio you can go up to +30, and it was sitting at +6. So I put it down, brought it down to +1, dropped it 5, and that should make it just 100% perfect. A -5 dB. So, well, I did a test and there was no more clipping. So, and it picks up the sound of the machine really good. Yeah, this radio I was using, Diane Breed, was I think it had three bands. It had 2 meters. It had 220. That was a good band. We used to love 220 megahertz. And then it had 70 centimeter, which is 70 centimeters would be 450 megahertz range. And it was line of sight. VHF doesn't skip. When you're operating a CB radio, that's 27 megahertz, 27 million cycles of energy per second, and I'm up there at 450 million cycles per second. So you don't get any skip. Your long wave stuff, 27 megahertz, 28 megahertz, all those skip really good. They go off the ionosphere on the F2 layer, and you get some great distance. In fact, people that knows how to work the skip, if I wanted to work Europe, I could read my F1 or F2 layer, and I could decide when I would need to transmit to be able to have a reliable transmissions into Europe from Washington State or wherever I happen to be living. I have a mosquito. When she went out and fed the dogs last night, not the dogs, went out to feed the raccoons last night, I noticed a mosquito came in and landed on me. So I killed. We've got so much rain here. Everything is, we have so many mosquitoes. You can go out there and breathe one, and you breathe in a mosquito. I ain't kidding you. They're so thick. Uh, 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 oh my gosh, that's right. You're in winter time there. We're just quite opposite. We're in the hottest part of our year here. August is stifling hot. Humidity is way the hell up there. I don't even know what the temperature is this morning, but it's pretty high. But the temperature is high as the humidity. This time of the year, we're really cooking. A lot of steam. You see all them old Southern movies, you see all that fog rising up off the ground, and you go up into the swamps and you see that swamp mist. That's humidity, man. I've got a picture. I've got pictures I took. My security camera, it looks over that one that I watch because it covers the front part of a driveway. You can literally see the humidity on the camera. Pretty looks like a cloud. That's how thick it is. It's disgusting. Oh, it's not bad. Let me see what the humidity is. It's pretty high. Oh my God. Ooh. I'm looking down here to see if I can bring up the humidity. Yeah, buddy, talk to me. I don't see the humidity. Well, they changed it. They're always constantly changing my weather on the weather app keeps changing. It used to be the humidity was right up on the front page. It says very humid. That's all it says. Oh, them low laughing devils. We're at 30.03 millibars. Well, there, there is what it looks like here in my part of America. America right there, man's on fire. Hey, we're smoking. Oh, you have to go to another page to get the humidity. And we're in our hurricane season here, so we got them stacked up over there coming off the coast of Africa. You know, and during the height of the hurricane season here, over there in Africa, blowing off the Sahara Desert, Alabama gets dirt here. We have hazardous breathing days because the sand from the Sahara comes all the way to Alabama. It's hard to imagine the wind blowing the sand, that much sand, that it crosses the whole Atlantic Ocean, comes up into Alabama. I don't know how far across. It may go as far over as Missouri. I don't know, but it's. I do know it. We have we have days affected by the sands of the Sahara. I'm sitting here barefooted. Yeah, barefooted. Um, Reason I'm on this morning, um, I woke up, had to make my little trip over there to that room, the little square room, and I thought I ain't gonna go back and crawl back in the bed. I got air conditioning in here, but I turned the air off before I went to bed, and I said I just might as well get on the computer here and see who all's on this morning. We don't have anything particular picked out today to go riding, but we may go up into the Morgan Madison area. That's the counties to the north, or over. Um, yeah, we may go up into the Bankhead Forest. That's a good riding area. It goes on for miles and miles, big tall trees, and in fact, I did a couple of videos last year riding through the Bankhead Forest. You see a lot of bikers up there. That's a good. The people, when it's hot, they like to go up there because it's a little cooler in the forest. And there's Rascal. Yeah, me too, buddy. In fact, it's too hot to sleep here. It reminds me, Rascal. The weather like this is. I don't know how many. If you got to do a lot of going over to the Yakima firing range, but I put in a lot of heat. I put in a lot of hot days right there in the Yakima Valley. That's, of course, as you know, that's in Washington State over there on the other side of the hump. Yeah, Rascal, he was living the American dream the other day. He had his kids out there, and they've got them little inquiring minds. They were so eager. Well, the little one, she was so eager to get right in there and help take things apart. My daughter, she came to me Oh, back, had to be in the 1980s. She was a little, she's like 16-year-old daughter, and she was crying. She said, "You never ever show me anything about automotive stuff." And she said, "I need to know." I go, "Well, what do you need to know?" And she said, "Well, I want to know everything about the car." I go, "Do you want to spend the day working in the shop?" We were building a street rod at that time, and so we had a lot of things to do in the shop. She said, "Yes." And so I took her out and I gave her a little walk around the car. I showed her the fuel injection system, and I showed her. She said, No, no, I actually I want to work on something." So I said, "We got a job that we can do back in them days." And the car we had disc brakes in the front, but drum brakes in the back. I said, "We'll change a set of brake shoes in the rear." So we got the jacks out and jacked it up and put the floor jacks under there so that it would be safe. And she uses the impact wrench and takes the wheel off and takes the hub off. And when she pulls the hub off, it's just full of black powder. I mean, you know how the shoe is all worn off inside there. A lot of metallic stuff in there. And I said, "Now you got to go over to the wash tank and you got to wash all of that out. You got to, I said, go over there and take a little broom and kind of get all the dust and stuff, and then go over on the tank and you got to clean it out." Well, she was over there with a rag cleaning all that stuff out. She had black hands. Her hands were so dirty. And she said, um, "Oh, this stuff is horrible. It's so nasty." I said, "Well, yeah, that's a lot of, where the brake shoes have worn off." So she got over and started washing them. Then she realized the solution we had did not wash her hands. They were still black. she, she was so mad. That was on a Saturday. She said, uh, "How long will this be on me?" I said, "Mechanics sometimes have it up to 2 weeks. After you work in your hands, it'll look like that for a couple of weeks, but you wear it off, because you're always working with your hands, and you'll have it under your fingernails. You'll just have that grime under there. And she started crying again. She said, "I got to speak tomorrow at church. I have a little church thing I got to do tomorrow." I go, "Well, they've all seen black hands before. Lord." I said, "Lord, the God, he likes a working person." I said, "You'll be good." And she said, "Well, I've got to try to go get some of this disgusting stuff off my hands." And she went upstairs. We never, ever, ever seen her again. Not in the shop. She, but she wanted to learn. And I told her, I said, "If you're lucky enough, you'll find you a good man that's mechanically minded, and he'll take care of your car for you." And she did. They've been married all them years. Same guy, many years. She learned from her dad, all the mistakes he made in his life. She's learned that, and she knew what to do and not to do in a relationship. He was an Army guy. His dad was a command sergeant major. Command Sergeant Major Dan Wright was her father-in-law. She had a military wedding where they have the swords and all that stuff, and they came out from Fort Lewis and they performed the wedding. Well, I know Dave's going to be riding, but Rascal, you're going to be a while yet before you're ready to ride your machine. Oh, Tony doesn't have he doesn't have a wrench. How do we give him a wrench over there? Oh, there it is right there. Hang on, buddy. Come on. We'll take care of you here in just a second. There you go. Tony, you're all fixed up now. You're a mechanic now. He only had one thong on. Well, you can't let a good thong go to waste. I don't know how they get taken away. I don't ever remove any that I know of. In fact, I wouldn't even know how to remove one. I don't think there's a. Oh, there may be a way when you, wherever you give it, you can probably take it away. I don't know. Oh, you put it. Oh man, I worked night shift for 22 years. I worked second shift, they call it. From 3:30 to midnight, and I did that 22 years. I had enough seniority I could have went on day shift, but well, see, I worked for the military, and during the during the day shift, that's where all your brass is there. They're a bunch of assholes, and they are all under your feet, and you got some little old sucker come in from the Pentagon, a little old guy that has a fancy suit on and some stuff on his shoulders and stuff, and he acts like a god or something. And you see them kind of assholes during the day, but on second shift you never see them because at 4:30 they do their reveille and away they pack up their little flag and they head home. They don't do no night work, and the officers didn't. But during the second shift, it was quiet. It was my choice, my shift of choice. It was inconvenient for the family, because on Friday nights when everybody was partying, I didn't get home to midnight. Well, I didn't get home to 1 o'clock in the morning. I didn't get off work until midnight. And sometimes we'd pull double shifts, and or sometimes we'd have to stay 2 hours over because of a project we had going on. We couldn't, none of the manpower. We needed everybody on hand, and so then you didn't get it. You didn't get home to early morning. Well, look how Dave kept putting an effort into doing what he loves to do. He didn't give up. He just kept pursuing his dream. And a perfectionist never will achieve a finished product. You're always going to be in development, improving, self-improving. There's Bull Moto. Well, oh my God! I wrote you a song yesterday, Bull Moto. I sent it to your email address, but I don't know it. The email address didn't look right to me, but I got it off your page, so it might have went over to your spam or something other. But I did write you a song yesterday. No sleep for Old Mac. Dang. I'd rather be here talking to you guys. Oh, I tell you, I have a certain amount of passion for hill climbing. We've in the early days back in the '60s, we were hill climbers, and in the '60s, we've done the Widowmaker, and we lived in the West, so we did a lot of stuff in the Pacific Cascade Mountains. We did a lot of stuff in the Sierra Nevadas, and we'd go over and do the Widowmaker. And we went to this big event, took my wife and my children, and my brother took his wife and children, and my mother, and all the women cooked this great big meal, and we're all scheduling these different hill climbs we're doing. You had what they call back in them days tire climb, where you could only use your tire. You could have a knobby tire. Then we had chain climbs, and we had different classes and of hill climbers, and we had a great time. I'm telling you, we had a really good time. We lived in a place called We lived in a place called Kerman, but just a little bit towards the mountains there was a place called Mendota, and Mendota is the foothill of the Panoche Range, the coastal range, and you had some great hills to practice climbing on, big ball hills, and we'd go out there and every weekend we'd find us a hillside we would challenge, and next thing you know we have 30 or 40 riders all trying to challenge the hill. And we went to a lot of sanctioned events. We did the hill climb in Tacoma, Washington, down by the Narrows Bridge. For back in the early years, that was an event. People came in from miles around, from several states away. They came in to do the Tacoma hill climb. Oh, okay, you got it. Good, good. I didn't, it didn't come back, so I didn't know if it might have went to the spam or whatever. It's you, and you're a classy guy, so of course I gave a classical spin to your to you as you sang about yourself from your bio. I was kind of hoping that Angelique would come into the bathroom. I see the light going in there. I'd get her to get me a cup of coffee. We talked about this one time. Set me up a little table over there and get me a coffee pot so I could have one of them one cup of coffee at a time. I'd never done it. Oh, Dave's having a cup of tea, a spot of tea. Yeah, the wonderful years. Oh, I was telling you about the old time when I had my whole family there. So I get over there, and this guy, he was qualified. He had a two-cycle English bike. It was a square barrel Challenger Greaves. Yeah, they don't even make it probably now. I don't know, but Greaves was up and coming, really powerhouse. You know, they really were competitive with Bataco and some of the other two cycle that was coming out of Spain, and the Greaves Challenger, that square barrel Challenger they called it. The guy had qualified his bike, and then he hurts himself on the return road, but he didn't hurt his bike, and but he was unable to ride. And he asked me if I would run his round for him. He needed a little time to lick his wounds. He had ice bags and stuff trying to get the bruise down because when he would get in his riding position, when he bent his legs, he would get cramps in his upper thigh, like a Charlie horse. And so all he needed to be is kept alive, and going there doing the rounds. So okay, I hop on the thing. I get up there and I do the hill. I got up at the top. It was an awesome machine. I got up at the top and I turned to come down the return road, and the British has everything backwards from us. Uh, Over here, what I thought I was pushing the brake pedal was actually pushing down on the gear shift lever. The brake was on the opposite side. You don't use no front brakes when you're coming down a hill. You let that back tire slide. Oh man, I kept pushing on that pedal and nothing's happening. I go, what? And then when I was really gaining speed, I got down close to the bottom. I finally realized it was over there, and I got it wound up there before I, did something bad to his machine. And he went ahead and won his class in that 250cc class. He got enough of ice bags on his leg to get the swelling down. And by the way, my mother-in-law was not my my mother's husband's mother was there. It would be my mother's mother-in-law family, Uh, and she knew about making Hispanic dishes, and she'd made this big casserole tamale pie, they called it. Oh my God, after a day of hill climbing, and we got over and got a great big helping of that tamale pie. Oh, was that ever good? And it was full of peppers, and it was good. They had their own homemade salsa. In fact, she gave me the recipe. I make my own salsa here, and you roast the peppers and stuff, and then run them through the blender, and they make some good salsa. Oh, by the way, I was going to tell you this little module on the side that comes off. You can detach it, and you can transfer your files through that USB port here, and you don't even need to ever have to get to the battery because you can charge the battery while it's in the case. It's just more convenient. The other thing I had to strip down to take the battery out and put it into the charger. And this has a quick charge system. I really like the charging. it'll go from empty to, well, you can get 2 hours and 15 minutes of charge. And it takes about probably 30 minutes or so to completely charge it up. But it has a 4 hour, if you're shooting it at 1080p, 60 frames a second, this has 4 hours of runtime at 1080p. 4K will give you 1 hour and 41 minutes of continuous running. And what I like about it, it runs, you don't have little segments like my GoPro breaks it down in 9-minute segments or 18-minute segments or whatever. And this shoots in longer segments. But also, this is designed to operate with a 1 terabyte SD card, up to a terabyte. My GoPro won't go as high as it'll only go up to like 500. It won't. I don't think it'll do. It will not do a terabyte. My GoPro 11 won't. But I never use more than 64. Reason being is I got a lot of 64 high-speed data transfer SD cards, and I just change out periodically another card. I reformat and everything. I don't even know why you would need a terabyte card in a camera, because you're not, well, unless you're just trying to save everything on one SD card. Everybody's got their own ideas, I guess. Oh yeah, you can lose control coming down off of some of those steep hill climbs. Usually they will try to give you a good egress or a good way to get down off the top of the hill, because you're risking your life going up. um, you certainly don't want to hurt yourself going down. But on some of the primitive hills we run, they had poor laid out return roads, and you never knew what you was going to get. Well, one time there was a hill climb right where we was climbing. You could look over to the left and see the hospital. And believe me, they hauled a lot of people off that hill to the hospital. I never did go to the hospital, but I did hurt myself on that hill more than once. One of them things you eventually shake off, and you don't notice it until you get 80. But people ask you, how did you get that scar? You ain't going to ride for 69 years unless you do have some scars. I don't care how good a rider you are. If you're a real good rider, you are going to have crashes. Or otherwise, you ain't trying hard. We used to race at the county fairgrounds in Chowchilla, California. I think that was Merced County. We used to race there. My brother was a really good racer, and we had a course that we had to run on, like it was a motocross layout, and we'd come out of the dirt onto this asphalt strip. They had a little racing circuit there and on asphalt where they raced go-karts, and you had to come out of the dirt onto that kart track, and then you go into a steep bank, and you would leave a trail of dirt about 3/4 of the way down that little straightaway. And then when you got up into the turn there, that old bike would wash away up there in the back end and be all jacked out. And yeah, me and my brother, we put on some spectacular crashes. I ain't kidding. If he ever got around somewhere close to me, there was going to be a crash because neither one of us would ever back up on the throttle. We'd always push it to the limit. And we got hurt a lot. Anybody that likes hill climbing or motocross and stuff like that, go up on Bull Moto's page. Check him out, man. He's got some good stuff up there. Good high quality video. Hey, Motobomb. You're not up. Uh, well, yeah, that was in the beginning time, and you run what you brung. I had some good motocross bikes back in the day. I had a Montesa. I ran in Austin, Texas, as a big event down there, big motocross event down there in Austin, Texas, and I ran that Montesa. The Montesa was basically it was a 250, but it was the Montesa Lacrosse, which is kind of like high end. When we bought it up in Wichita, it came with a spare piston and barrel. When you bought the bike, you got that in the package: spare piston and barrel, upper end, reed valve. Well, Angelique, listen to this, Moto. Oh, you sold your one last night. Did Key Fob get it? Uh, Angelique said something like, I wished Motobomb had a portable tattoo. I'd like for him to fix up my." She's got a Dreamweaver on her arm that the color. It used to have some color in it. There's only a little bit of color left, and she said, if he had a portable unit, have him to. I'd just stick my arm up there and he'd touch it up or whatever. And so that she gave me the idea of you having a taco wagon style tattoo parlor. I hope you listen to the words on that one. Yeah, what did it say? There was so many good lines in it. Down if your best friend old sick down in Florida, sick bastard down in Florida. Life couldn't be no better. You get two good buds together, and down there in that sunshine. It rains down there, but you ride in the rain in Florida. It ain't like riding in the rain up in Washington State where it's 42 degrees and cold and miserable. It's 87 degrees raining in Florida. I've ridden in Florida and it'd be pouring down. Well, the other day when we was riding the other day on the freeway, and when it was pouring down raining on us on the freeway, it was 88 degrees while it was raining. Steam would coming up off the road. Sure I do. I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, I thought you was asking Dime Breed. I thought you was asking Rascal or one of those guys, or maybe Bull Moto for his link. It's you mean for this right here is at Old Mac on YouTube. Use the at symbol, Old Mac, one word, lowercase, at Old Mac. Um, oh, that's cool. Yeah, on YouTube, if you go to Old Mac, at use at symbol Old Mac, you'll find us live. When I'm out riding around. I'll tune in Motorbomb, the coffee show in the morning when I can't make the coffee show. I've got other appointments. Hey, I'll check in mobile while riding down the highway. That'd be cool. We're going to set up. I've got my friend. He drives a 18-wheeler. Well, he's not driving an 18-wheeler now. He's driving a triaxle, and we're going to set up a GoPro. I'm going to set my GoPro 11 up for him, and he's going to get us some truck driving. You know, I think he's got a 13 speed in the one he's driving now. And we're going to set it up to where you can actually see him going through the shifting. And he's a real old truck driver. Old Joe is. He's been doing it for a long time, and it's a way of life, you know. He like that shuffling through them gears. He can run anything. That guy has got so much talent. Um, One time we had an unbelievable tornado outbreak, and it destroyed everything around us. EF4 it was. It came here and tore all the houses down, and the house across the road has got 17 rooms and 7 gables over there, and it took 1/3 of the house away. It just broke off a chunk of it, and away it went. Well, um, Joe comes over. We had all this debris from all my cousin's house blew over the top of my place here and scattered debris everywhere. And me and my wife and Angelique, we went out there and cleaned all that debris for 4 days, gathered it up, and he was driving the FEMA truck. And he come over here with that FEMA truck, and on the back of it, it has this great big station. You crawl up and get up inside there, and it's got a attachment that you swing around and pick up debris and put it in the truck. And hey man, he could run that thing. And I told him while he was here, I said, I've got some stuff I need for you to pull up out of the ground. He said, hey, we'll do it all. So I had some concrete that I had buried in the ground where I was using them for part of my ham radio setup. He reached over that big old claw and reached and picked these great big chunks of concrete up out of the ground, and pretty amazing. Yeah, if you go to at Old Mac, you'll find I'm live. So if you when you go to the page, you'll see I'm live. And well, let me look on the phone. I believe that. I hope I ain't telling you wrong, but I know it'll work. Um, I'll go over there and I'll test it out myself. Okay, let me go up here to the. Okay, I got to go to the where I can. Here we go. We'll search for at Old Mac. There they are. I'm looking right at myself right here. Let me turn that sound down. Woo! Uh, yeah, you just type in Old Mac at Old Mac, and there I am live. I'm pointing my finger right at you. You said big old red live. Oh, no. I see what you mean. Oh, the rascal's laughing at me because I'm as dumb as a day old chicken. You wanted to come up on the stage. Well, I'm not on the StreamYard. I'm just using YouTube. Um, yeah, I'm just on YouTube. My apologies. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so damned ignorant. I ain't kidding you. I'm surprised they even let me out of the home. You kept saying it, man. You was so hard trying to get me to my brain to come alive and let you know what my StreamYard link. When you mentioned StreamYard, I went, "Whoa! I know now." I did run StreamYard for a while, and here's what happened. I had high hopes with the internet system that it was going to be good. So I went ahead and purchased a full, well, whatever Moto can tell you what we got, what package we got. It was, I think, $400 package. We went ahead and purchased it, but and after a couple of months, I had no signal. It was gone. I couldn't get on. I struggle with it. Some days I could get on, some days I couldn't get on. You can't run a show if you can't get on. So I got rid of it. I passed it on so somebody could use it. And then we get this new system. We got the new system, the fiber, and Lord, is it ever a system? They uh, they have really uh, I mean, we can't believe the technology they brought to us. We have never had any kind of cable here ever. Never. I'm just going to show you here. Let that little sucker run, and you'll see it as it's. Let me get it up close. Maybe I can get it to. Come on, you damn low laughing piece of crap. Well, maybe see. They say stick your hand up. Oh well, you piece of goddamn garbage. Oh, there it is up at the top. If you can read that up at the top up there. Those upload and download. Download at 914, 905 upload. That's a lot of data. And that's Wi-Fi, that's just no cabling. And it's that way all the time. Raining, storm, lightning, it don't make no difference. That fiber optics, that is you cannot believe this. I'm going to show you right here. If I can get it out over here, I'll show you. Fiber optics cable. Nothing. I'm talking about little bitty wire. It's nothing. It's not about maybe an 1/8 inch in diameter, and that's including the coating and the shielding and all that stuff. There's no wire in there. It's glass. I mean, to me, it's a truly amazing technology. We had no nothing, and my buddy Joe says they're putting fiber optics in your neighborhood. I said, no, they ain't. He said, yes, they are. He said, here's the name of the company. He said, I stopped and asked the guy, was they going to bring it over on your road? And he said, yes, they're going to do your road. So he gave me the name of the company. I looked him up. I subscribed to him on that day. And 4 months later, we had fiber. Oh, Tony, man. Well, go take care of the missus. Thank you for coming in and joining us this morning. Well, we signed up for it in February of this year, 2025, and we didn't get it to June. So you can see how far it was from the time we signed up. But here's what happened. We were scheduled to be hooked up in May. May rolled around, and I called up there and I said, "You guys getting any closer?" And she said, "We was right at your back door, but a tornado took out a section up there in Crane Hill. That's another little community about 20 miles from here. And the tornado wiped out all the power poles, and they used the power pole to bring, the electrical company. The power poles is what they hang the cable on, and it took all them poles down, and they had to redo all that before they could get back to us. So that's the reason we didn't get it to June. I feel so bad about being that dumb that I didn't realize what you were saying. Don't pay to get old, I ain't kidding you. Um, what happened is there was a big push, nationwide push, to get rural people high-speed internet. Well, our power company, it's called Coleman Electric. They're part of TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority. Well, they're the government. So the government had this huge grant through TVA to help these little spin-off companies form a fiber company. And so they put all their resources together, and they got a contract with the power company. The rural company I'm with, the power is Coleman Electric, which is part of TVA. So there was government grants and a whole bunch of stuff like that. Now this package I've got is a 2 gigabyte, 2 gigs up and 2 gigs down. But you can see the real what you're seeing is at that box down here on the floor down here, there's 2.2 gigs down there available. Then it comes up here, the router is sitting right up there. The router has 4 bays on it, and it comes off the router and Wi-Fi, and it will give you sometimes over a gig. The lowest I've ever seen is 900 and something, but sometimes it's 1.2 gigs coming off the router. That's upload speed. And on live broadcasting, the upload is where it's at. The faster your upload is, the better quality. Now I can run 4K now, which I'm not running 4K. We're going to get a 4K camera just for podcasting, because I can run a 4K camera. And in fact, I can run up to 16 4K cameras on this system, because I got off the router up there. There's a splitter that has 4 more ports down here on the table. It's a pretty elaborate little setup. The modem is down there on the wall, and it comes up to a router up there, and then it just distributes out throughout the house. Yeah, they have a thing called mesh, and it's as high as 7 Gs. The mesh is up to 7 Gs. Mine right now, currently right here, is 6 Gs. Yeah, if I can show you the little mesh, I don't know if you'll ever be able to see it, but it's right here. I'll keep focusing. Oh, you almost had it right there. You can see almost. Let me get it. There it is right there. Look, there it is, 6. You see the 6. See the Wi-Fi is at 6G. That ain't bad. That's not bad. You have no technology at all, and then all of a sudden, great technology. They say good things come to those that wait. And I've been waiting out here. I've been here on this place here for 28 years waiting. It was good. Moto stopped by. He was going to the bathroom just like I did. I got up, was going to go to the bathroom, and I thought, I'm not going to go back over and get back in that bed when I can turn the old YouTube thing on here and see who's out there. And one thing you can count on for sure, when the rest of America is sound asleep, there are going to be people in Australia awake. I'm surprised Toga's not in here this morning. uh, I know Alabama's really primitive. I've got a guy that has a business right up here on the hill from me, Mr. Sanders. He puts in three or four hundred houses in a development. He's a developer, and he's always doing all these big projects. Well, he runs his company from the property up there, and he's never had DSL, or all he's had is a Wi-Fi coming off of a cell tower, and we're talking about, you know, 25, 25, 5, 25 download and 5 megabytes upload, 25, 5 system. And it's hard to run a business upload at 5 megabytes. And so he's been running his business. Now he's got fiber. I see his trucks are constantly working. Really a great guy. We're so happy to see him move into the neighborhood. We were so happy because you think about a large company moving into your neighborhood. Now, the company's not out here. His home is out here. His company is in another county, 2 counties away. But since he's going to be running a business out here, we figured he'd bring technology with him. Well, 10 years after he got here, he finally got fiber. I'm sure he's happy now. I know we're happy. We were going to do ribs today, and then we decided we would do them on Saturday. And I had an old Army buddy, Paul Harrison. He's gone now. Paul was a cook in the Army. And Paul showed me how to do ribs years ago, to get them tender where the meat falls off the bone. And so that's how we fix them here. And we was going to have them today, and then we got them all marinating. They'll be ready tomorrow. We're thinking about going riding the Alabama Dragon. Alabama Dragon is over by Leeds, Alabama. Leeds, Leeds, Alabama, over on I-20. You go to I-20, that's east of Birmingham, out by the Buc-ee's, big Buc-ee's station over there. And you go south of Leeds and you hit 25. I think it's State Highway 25. Oh, man, that's 25 miles of rattlesnake road, twists and turns and sweepbacks, and that's the Alabama Dragon, 25 miles long. The real Dragon tails up. It's only 12 miles of 300 turns in 12 miles. The Alabama Dragon is a little bit longer, but I don't think is as challenging. So we thought about Joe, my buddy, wanted to go. He called me and asked me about riding over there, and I've already done the thing, and I think we're going to get with him, and we'll probably go over and ride today. No, that's up in Tennessee, but this is the Alabama Dragon. It's down here by Birmingham. If you look if you got Google Earth, bring up Birmingham and look out to the east of Birmingham on I-20, you'll see the town of Leeds. And if you go just south, if you move south on the map, 3 or 4 miles down there, not very far, you'll hit Highway 25. And Highway 25, you get onto the Alabama Snake. It's highly people really enjoy the ride. It's not as, I don't think, as steep as the Dragon Tail, the Tail of the Dragon, but it's the version, Alabama's version of it. Now we did one this year it's more challenging than the Alabama Dragon, and we did this up in North Alabama, just right by the Tennessee state line. But it's only 3 miles long, but it's 3 miles of real challenging switchbacks and all that stuff. I did a video of it riding the little baby dragon. Oh, I was going to say one of the things I want to add about the camera here. This camera has a 48 gigabyte built-in storage, 48 gigabyte. And so if you forget to put your SD card in there, you can just touch. It has a touch screen. You can do everything by just touching the screen, and it has a touch screen that allows you to select the internal storage. Well, if you don't have the chip in there, it switches over to internal storage, so that way you don't miss anything. And then, of course, you can just download the internal storage by hooking up your USB-C cable. And I really like that feature because we went to a place over in eastern Alabama, Cherokee, Alabama. We got over there, made this trip over there. We rode hard to get over there. And we rode all the way to the top, thinking I was going to, when I got up there at the top, I was going to do this video. But unfortunately, when I got the camera and started putting it on, I didn't have an SD card. So we had to go back down off the mountain, all the way back to Leesburg, Alabama, and go to Walmart and buy an SD card. I was beside myself. So this way you don't never have to worry about running out, because 48 gigs, you'd have to run a big video to use up the full 48 gigs. And you just format it just like you do an SD card. When you download your file, you can format it and empty it out and start all over fresh again. Yeah, we're going to do a video today. If we do go down on the Dragon, Alabama dragon. We're going to make a video of it. I can't ever count on Joe because what happens is Joe, he's driving a truck periodically. He don't do it every day. And because yesterday he was hauling rock in that triaxle. So if he got everything hauled up, he might be free today. But he's one that inquired about going down there, so I know he really wants to go ride the little baby dragon. Yeah, Moto's going to go live. I think Diane Breeze is probably already out on his trip home, but yeah, they'll be going live pretty soon. Oh, I don't know. This is Friday. No, I don't know if they're going to be doing a live on Friday unless Six is doing something. Has anybody heard from Angel Face lately? I know they used to, when you got in trouble, they always used Minot, North Dakota as punishment. And yeah, if you've done it, used to have a thing called Form, let's see, what was it called? Form 22. Yeah, if you got a Form 22, disciplinary action is required, and the government will issue a Form 22 on you, then your company had to administer discipline to you. And when you got a Form 22, it was an automatic ride to Minot. It's summertime, it's beautiful, but you ain't never going to get in trouble in the summertime. It's always going to be, well, it gets hotter than hell there in Minot. But in the wintertime, it's like a hellhole. It is for Southern boys. We were over there in Sedalia, Missouri, and we was at the bottom of the deep hole, 180 feet down, and in the bottom of the missile silo, and we're down there laying out some stuff, and we got workers. You're not, my job wouldn't allow me to work, but we had a team of workers down there laying out stuff, and my job was that they had to follow what we have a thing called an URSO. You know how it is with the Army, Rascal, is acronyms for everything. URSO, Integrated Record Systems Order, URSO. And you have an URSO for locating things on the silo, the lunch tube wall. And so we're down there. We got a team of people shooting studs into the lunch tube wall to locate stuff. And them guys, they were from the north, and they'd never lived in a tropical zone before. And I was cool as a cucumber, and they was sweat running off them. And they said, "How can you be down here without sweating?" I said, "This is mild. Wait till August gets here." Because I've been doing a lot of humidity in my lifetime, and it takes a getting a little used to. But well, of course, then when you get up to Minot, it's a different thing. Them old boys from up north there, they handle that coal real good. And people in Minnesota and Wisconsin, North Dakota up in there, they can handle the coal. They're geared up for it. Southern boy, man, he likes suffering. when it was real bad, we had trailer houses for our construction shack that had steel cables across the top, and then they had 55-gallon drums filled full of concrete to hold the trailer house in place when them storms come across the plains, so it wouldn't blow your trailer over. That's how they had it anchored to the ground. And in the wintertime, instead of walking way down there where the honey bucket was at, we'd just go back behind the trailer and piss on the side of the barrel. And we'd piss at the top, and it'd start running down. And maybe sometimes, maybe two or three of us pissing at the same time. Watch that piss freeze before it got to the bottom of the barrel. We're kind of standing up on a grade, pissing on top of the barrel. So we did this, and that column of yellow was getting bigger and bigger because we got down to 40 below zero. That we were in Malmstrom Air Force Base at the time in Great Falls, Montana. And so they sent a lady from the Pentagon, SATAF, Tactical Acceptance Force, SATAF. When SATAF arrived, we usually don't get women on the remote sites, but they sent a woman out. She obviously was in trouble. She got in trouble in the Pentagon, and so to punish her, they sent her out to Great Falls. Well, she had to do a walk around. Part of her job was to inspect our silo for safety infractions. So she was doing a little walk around, a little SATAF officer, and she came in and she said, what's leaking out of that barrel? I said, what do you mean leaking? I said, them barrels are filled full of concrete. There better not be nothing leaking out. She said, there's something leaking out of the barrels. I go, ma'am, them barrels can't leak. They're full of concrete. She said, come around here. Now, I want you, she said, I'll take a sample and I'll send it in and I'll know what it is. So we go around there. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. There's that mountain of piss that we had been freezing there for a long time. And it was, of course, it had started freezing on the side of the barrel, and she thought there was a hole and something leaking out of the barrel. And it had an oily looking content of yellow, so she takes a screwdriver and breaks off a piece and puts it in the sandwich bag. And she tucked it away. And off she went. She said, I will find out what is leaking out of that drum. She said, how come you didn't report there was something wrong with the drum? I said, I didn't know there was something wrong with the drum. She said, obviously you can see there's an infraction right here. I go, how would I know it's an infraction? Because I've never seen concrete leak before. She said, well, I can see it right here. Sometimes people try to fool you by storing stuff in drums, and then they put concrete in there, and then the side of the can leaks out and it starts leaking it. And that could be hazmat. Oh, okay. She chewed my ass out, buddy. Meanwhile, we watched her ass drive off the site, heading up to the lab so she could find out what kind of petroleum is leaking, what kind of hazardous material. They probably were 6 or 7 different SEDs and not SEDs, what is SGD, STDs, yeah, gonorrhea, you name it, whatever them old military guys got themselves into, Dying breed. Yeah, why not? Why not? But she came back to the site, and she was really upset because she didn't tell me nothing about the content coming out of the barrel, but she was really, you could tell she was angry. She said, you got to take me down below. That means I got to put her in the basket and take her down to the bottom of the deep hole and let her examine to make sure there's no safety infractions in the deep hole. I had a crane operator running the Pettibone. His name was Dean Jacobs, and Dean had been with the project for 17 years, and he was a master of the Pettibone. Now the basket weighs 3,000 pounds, and it can haul an additional 3,000 pounds down. And the cables are really highly rated, way up there. We got 4 or 6 cables, 1 inch in diameter. There are a lot of safety in it. So we had a thing, it was called free fall. You got a phone in the basket. And so he'll swing the boom around, and when he lines up the basket with the center of the hole's 15 foot across. He put the basket in the center of the hole. We'd say free fall. And he has these 2 levers that's got hydraulic brakes on this drum. When he did this right here, 3,000 plus ever whatever tools that's in the basket pounds, probably closer to 4,500 pounds, is heading to the bottom at rapid speed, because once you get down 50 feet, there's no more light in the deep hole till you get down to the bottom where the lights are. The sun, if it's any kind of an angle, it might shine against the wall, but you ain't going to see nothing once you get 50 feet down. So you got about 100 and at least 100 feet of free fall. He's got his cables marked. When he sees the yellow coming over the end of his drum up there, he starts applying the hydraulic disc brakes to wool you up a little bit. And you're heading towards the bottom. Hello, chasing ghosts. You're heading towards the bottom at a rapid rate of speed. And this little lady from the Pentagon was sitting over there with her clutching her little clipboard and all the stuff she's got right up. Well, her ovaries floated up around her neck, going down through there, and we're used to it. And when he sees that yellow coming across the drum, he got yellow and then orange and then red. When he sees red, it could be bad. So he's going to get you wound up before he sees red coming off the drum. Well, what's going to happen? Your legs are going to buckle unless you lock your knees, put your back against the basket. She's over there holding on to her clipboard. And when I could see stuff going by on the wall, I knew we're getting close to the bottom. If you look over the side, you can see lights down in the bottom there. And we're moving. And then he woes up on them big levers, and her ass went to the floor. Her eyeballs was pushed down into the grate over there. She's down in the water and all that dirt and muck in the bottom of the basket there, And he gets it wound up, and I said, "Are you okay? Did you faint, or are you dizzy, or do you need a doctor?" She said, "My God, what happened?" I go, "I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am." She said, "Oh my God, I couldn't even move. It had me squeezed into the bottom." "Ma'am, you must have slipped." I said, "There's a lot of tools down here," and I said, I didn't notice it. I'm still over there in the corner of the basket. I said, "I'll help you up." And she stuck her little hand up now, and I had her paper clips and all that stuff laying all over the floor. And so she said, "Is it like that every time?" I said, "Ma'am, I don't even know what you're talking about." I said, "In the darkness, it can be scary because you can't see where you're going. Is that what you're feeling?" She said, "No, I'm talking about my body collapsed on me." Because that sudden breaking, when he pulls that big old disc, buddy, it's gonna woe you up. You know what I'm talking about, Tara. You know what I'm talking about, because I've explained it to other people about riding the basket, and we always did. Everybody from the Pentagon, anytime they sent out a little bootlicker from the Pentagon out there, we'd always give them the treatment. But I will tell you what, it can be bad. You can do stuff and you play around like that, and eventually you're gonna get hurt. Um, we called for a free fall, and we did not know this, but during the lunchtime, one of the crews ahead of us ran a cable across the deep hole to run his stud pack. It requires a lot of amperage, big heavy cables to shoot the stud pack, shoot these big old 5/8 inch diameter studs into the wall. And so we're going down through there. I got the phone in my hand like this, and I'm holding, I got the phone, big old, one of them big old carbon phones, and my elbow hit that cable coming down. The basket missed it, but my elbow caught it. When it did, it knocked my phone cable was caught in the when it was going down. It pulled all the wires out of the phone, so all I have is a phone with no wires. I can't talk to him. And man, we were heading to the bottom and really at high speed. And of course, he's watching everything he has to do up there. And we couldn't communicate with him because when you get down the bottom, you got to tell him to move, your azimuth location, move us 140 degrees, move us 72 degrees. And he knows he's got his azimuth chart in front of him, and he knows how to dock that basket to where you need to be on a certain position inside the silo. He's got all that stuff laid out up there in the pettibone, and well, we couldn't communicate. And so anyhow, he's up in the basket. He's up in the pettibone. He can't even leave the pettibone with men in the basket. We're all hanging down there. And so he starts blowing his horn to get somebody to come out to the pettibone so that they could look down in the deep hole and to see what had went wrong. He had speculated he had killed all of us. That's what he was thinking. He knew he had weight on the basket, but he didn't know if he had dumped us all out because he saw the cables jerking and jumping and everything, and he thought he had dumped us all out and killed all of us. That's the reason we wasn't speaking. His heart was beating like that, He was just like, oh my God. Dean Jacobs was a really good human being. I went to his house in Independence, Missouri. His wife cooked me a great old dinner. I took him and his wife. Well, they arranged, he was being retired by the company. Yeah, we were hardwired. That's just the way they were doing it in the early years because of we were working national security and everything was prioritized. You couldn't do any air transmissions. In fact, when all of our radios were air radios, they were air. You would walk up to the microphone, you'd go, you'd blow into it 3 times to let somebody know that you're fixing to make an announcement or you're going to make a call. And you've got these compressed air stations, and your voice the diaphragm vibrates and it goes onto this compressed air, and you talk on the air. No electrical wires. We were doing national security work, high priority stuff that back in them days it could have got you some prison time if the old saying loose lips will sink ships. You couldn't have anything where you could transmit voice, only wired. And it had to be wired close circuit. So anyhow, he was retiring, and so he arranged it. He did all the work with the military, and they was going to give him a gift. He was to come out, and on a Saturday, I was going to take him and his wife. Somebody's going to run the crane, and we were going to have a crane operator to lower us down, and he had never been to the bottom of the deep hole. He'd been with them for 17 years, and it's one of those need to know bases. If you didn't have a reason to know, you ain't supposed to ask any questions. But he was always curious about what it would look like where the missile is when a missile is completely installed. So the crane operator took us down to the second level, and we got into the personal access. There's a basket that goes around the silo, and it'll hold 4 people. And it travels around. It's got a C rail all the way around the top of just above the warhead. And then from there, you can push a button and you can lower yourself down along the missile and get down all the way down to where the engine is. You have what's called the MSS charging system, missile suspension system. Every 120 degrees, there was in a circle, there was the suspension system, and the missile was held up by dry nitrogen pressure. 45,000 pounds of pressure held the missile up. It was floating on dry nitrogen. And the nitrogen was always constantly leveling itself. The missile is a big missile, and here's what happens. As you go through the seasons, spring, summer, fall, winter, as you go through the season, the Earth is tilting on the axis. And so your missile is constantly in a state of motion over the year. It moves, it lines itself up, gravity and all that stuff. And anyhow, so the valves are always popping off. And man, if you're close to one and it goes right next to you, shit, it'll make you piss in your britches. I ain't kidding you. And so we take the people down, and I always, when we got down to the MSS charging system, I would get into conversation about stuff around that when they blow the doors off up above, once the door is blown off, the missile is going to be fired and launched immediately within seconds. And so I said, if you any kind of a noise, unusual noise, you're it's all over with. And so we'd stop down by the MSS charging system, the suspension system, and sure enough, it would level itself, just a little. Oh, we had a lot of fun, and of course, we got down on the bottom. You can look up, and there is where all the millions of pounds of thrust from that rocket is in that bell just above your head. And we're talking, and now we're going to go back up. And then when we get up there, where you get out of the basket on the C rail, you open the door, you go inside. Then you got to go up a what's called the PAH, personal access hatch, and it's 35 feet vertical inside of a tube. And you got to run up that. You got to climb that thing up through there. Well, the day he arrived, he brought 2 people with him, his next door neighbor, husband and wife that lived next to him. And they didn't have the credentials, but I went ahead and took them because Dean had the credentials for him and his wife. And so I took all 4 of them down. We got down, started back up. So the man, he went up first, then his wife was behind him, and then Dean, and then Dean's wife, and then me. I'm down here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to close down everything. Once they start traveling up to PAH, I'm going to start shutting everything down below us here. And so I've got to wait for them to make the access up the PAH. And so when the little woman, Dean's wife, right here beside of me is an emergency alarm. You sound this when you need help from the top side. You push this button, and it's a god-awful train sound. So When the little woman was climbing up the ladder and I'm standing on the floor, and when her butt was right here, I hit the button. She fell down. Her legs went limp and she dropped down to the floor. And I'm holding her like this. She's got her head on my shoulder, shaking, just a little trembling. And I was laughing. And then Dean, he took a few steps down and see what was going on. I said, "Oh, my elbow accidentally touched the emergency horn." And he knows about this because he works the silo for 17 years. And while I'm holding her, and she was trembling, shaking, I assured her everything was okay. She peed on me. I'm talking about she soaked me down. So when you play them kind of games, you can go too far. Yeah, her bladder let go, but that was the greatest trip. They had me up for dinner. After I took them on their trip, they retired, and then they sent a message for us to come to visit them, and we went to visit them in Independence, Missouri. That's where they lived. That was a story she probably told 1,000 times about the day the missile blowed up. uh, oh, hey, name. I'm sorry. I was busy talking. I didn't even look over to see. Um, I do this sometimes periodically because there's people that don't sleep well, like my buddy Rascal up there. He's an old GI, and he's got reasons for not sleeping well. He's in pain and agony. And on hot summer nights like tonight, I got up to go to the bathroom. I thought, well, this would be a good time to get on the air. This is before the other shows get started, so gives me a little one-on-one time with. I call these people my friends. Personal, I've never met most of them. I've had people on the internet to come and visit me, sit right over here, right on the couch. Bike riding people that have met me on the internet, on the coffee crew, and come and visit me. Uh, am I wearing you out there, dying breed? I have endless stories, and some people like to hear that kind of stuff, and it just wears some people out. Hey, north by northeast, north by southeast. I think you're a Georgia boy, North Georgia, if I remember right. Name, I'm hoping life has been good to you. I'm hoping you've had since our last encounter, I'm hoping you're having a good laugh. We've just been having more fun than a guy 85 years old should be allowed to have. I should be in the home by now. Up there giving them nurses at the home up there, giving them a hard time. Yep, Northeast Georgia. I thought so. Yep. A lot of old warhorse veterans, they got pains and they don't go into it. There's no reason to. Why bring somebody down about your misery, But uh, they find a little comfort in, instead of laying there hurting, get up and get involved in the conversation that helps relieve some of the pain. Oh my God. You got dog bit. Whoa, boy, I mean, a pit bull can put a serious bite on you. Hey, oh, you don't have, let me take care of both of you guys. I'm right here on Terra right now. I'm going to add a moderator right here. There you go. And we'll go up here. This just in case somebody comes in and giving us trouble. Y'all know what to do. You got the full power, just like a whack-a-mole, whack-a-mole. There you go. You folks are caught up now. So I've seen one time we had an interloper come in and was talking about stuff that shouldn't be talked about, not on my show, and I didn't have to do anything. One of my friends said, "I got it." Poof, it was gone. I loved it. Got to watch out for your buddies. Well, I hope it wasn't a serious bite. Yeah, you got a short season up there, Rascal. Well, look at riding on Ruby. He's up there in Delaware. Where is he in Delaware? Connecticut. And yeah, he's got a short season. I've got Steve and Drones. Steve, he's up there also in Connecticut, up in that area. He's got a short season up there. I lived in Seattle. I lived up there and I rode year round. And you think, oh my God, in Seattle. But the thing is, you have the Puget Sound in the Seattle area where the Boeing factory was. You have the Puget Sound. And what happens there, the Japanese current starts coming in about winter time, and the Japanese current flows through, and the water temperature is warm. So all you do is you get some rain, very little snow, short, just small snow season. We've went to work and come back out, and there'd be 18 inches of snow, but that rarely did that ever happen. Ten stitches. Oh my God. I hope she's all right, Dying Breed. Yeah, I got bit in the face at our junkyard in Pasco, Washington. The guy said, "Yeah, there's a starter down there. You go down around that over in there." And he said, "Junior, did you put the dog up?" "Yeah, Papa." So I go down there, and damn, that dog was laying up in there. And he come out, and buddy, he just he just wow, just bit me in the face, tore my skin open, and but then he ran off. I mean, he thought I was trying to get him, I guess, to put him in a cage or something. But when I went back up there, I told the guy about the dog biting me. Well, he could see the blood all on my shirt. He said, "Junior, I thought you said you put the dog up." I said, "No, Papa, I'm going to." Pasco, Washington. If you ever been in the Northwest, Pasco is what they call the Tri-City. Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland, the Tri-City area. Richland is where they made the first heavy water for the atomic bomb. Then they made the heavy water and stuff, and they brought it down there to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and they had the rest of the development. Ah, damn. I told everybody about August. I try to explain to other people, Tara, about August. It's our hottest season. Um, you'll smother the humidity. We we used to always go to the coast in the hottest of summertime because there's no tourists there and you got the beach all to yourself. Well, you get out there and you got your hand over your eyes because even the sunglasses, you can't even see the sand. It's so white, it's just glaring. And you find yourself staying in the motel all the time you're there, drinking something cold and refreshing. But over in the evening, it's not bad to get out there and go swim in the Gulf, in the evening time. Yeah, we used to go down there in the summertime, and but most all your shops are even closed up in the summertime because everybody tries to avoid that part of the beach. It's so damn hot and miserable. So we went down with our bikes, and every one of us had heating issues. It was hot. Oh my! I got a deal right now on my bike. I just had a new stator and a new rectifier put on my bike, and now I've got a key light, uh, the security key. So I'm thinking it was my battery and the fob. So I go and get brand new battery, popped it open, put the new battery in, went out there, and the key light is still on. So I'm going to have to go through the error codes and see if I can shut that. It's just annoying. The security light. I think what has happened when I travel with the trailer, there's a procedure where you can shut down all your security while you're traveling, and I forget to do it. And while you're going down the road, you'll see your your lights, your turn signals flashing. Occasionally, they'll go off. So I think there's a bug in the security system that I got to trace down. I rode last night. I left here at 7:30. Well, it wasn't nighttime yet, but it was late evening. And I made a ride, and it was pleasant. I was just in t-shirt. Yeah, Tomo. That's exactly that. You're right. Tara, you're right on that. That's the part I forget to do. You got a sequence of buttons you got to push and put it in that tow mode. It'll actually, if you travel all the way across the United States, you could run your battery down because you got, unless, a lot of bikes have got LED lights on them. They don't pull much current, but mine's got conventional lights. I think my headlight might be LED. I know I wanted to, no, I did put all LEDs on my other Harley, but I don't think this one's been changed. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put LEDs on it, but I'm going to put the power management thing on there. I don't want to take a chance of if you just go ahead and start changing out LED bulbs. If you don't do it right, it can lead to trouble. Yeah, I used to ride a lot, and at night it was just a better time. I used to live in the San Joaquin Valley in California, and God, it gets hotter than hell there. We did a lot of nighttime riding there. Here we have so many deer. It's dangerous. I mean, In the daytime, you can see them and you got a pretty good chance of surviving. But at night, boy, they just spring right up on you before you know it. I wished I had a cup of coffee, Rascal. Oh, I wish I had a cup of coffee. All I got is my water. And that just, there's just something about water just is not as nourishing as coffee. So you get the shakes. I hate these damn water bottles. They are so pitifully flimsy that when you try to take a drink out of them, your hand squeezes it. But I mean, they're horrible. I mean, how cheap. You can't even take a drink and wake everybody up. You know, if you're trying to take a sip of water in church. Well, I was hoping the little old girl, she would wake up and get me a cup of coffee. I'm glad I'm up early because we're going to leave out early this morning. If I get a hold of Joe, we're going to go and do the Alabama Dragon because I want to test out my new camera on the Alabama Dragon. If I can, if he's not, he may have a load sitting on the truck and he has to deliver a load of rock or something. Yeah, there's a couple other guys. They start in early some mornings. You know, I haven't seen them lately. Um, America Uncensored. Sometimes he's out early. Yeah, you guys get a chance. Go check out Bull Moto's page. It's AKA Bull Moto. Go check his page out. He's got a lot of good riding content and a lot of hill climb stuff. In fact, I watch it. I was watching his stuff yesterday. Some of his movies, his videos he's got, and they're going to go to Kansas to a hill climb. And I'm thinking, what kind of hill could they have in Kansas? I just don't remember any big hills in Kansas. I was stationed there. Oh, oh, well, they got a good the jump school down there. They at Fort Benning they got the big tower, and um, when my son was over in Iraq, they parachuted into the Kurdish region of Iraq, and they did it a night jump, and 50% of the crew was hurt when they went in. He lost a lot of people from injuries, broken wrists, broken ankles, and what is happening? You have all the stuff on your chest pack in the front, your ditty bag, and all you got all this stuff. Well, normally it's got a lanyard on it that is so long, and when you get close, you release that, and it hits the ground first, and now you can hear it thud, poof, and then the impact's coming. Um, they came up with an idea of doubling the length of the lanyard so that when it hit, you would drift away because what was happening, they were landing on their bag and turning their ankles over and going face first into the ground and stuff. So he went to Fort Benning and he had to take a whole bunch of people and show them how to deploy the bag with a longer tether line on it. And he did. He was an E7 when he was at Fort Benning, and he really enjoyed his time at Fort Benning. He would come up here on the weekends and visit me, and we'd go out and ride on the four-wheeler. I usually had a couple of four-wheelers. I had a 400, the yellow machine. That was awesome. It ran good, and I had two of them at that time, and I had side by sides too. He'd bring buddies up or to ride the stuff. We'd go over there to Talladega and ride up in the hills there at Talladega, Alabama. Good riding over there. Well, congratulations. Mikey was he spent most of his time with 101st Airborne, but he got out in the 87th. They mustered him out over at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, in the 87th Airborne, not 82nd, but 87th. They were artillery group, and he just got assigned to them so he could muster out in Fort Sill, because by the time he got his 22 years in, he was living in Oklahoma. But he went in as basic. He took basic at Fort Campbell. I had a friend and his son graduated at Fort Campbell, and we went up there for the graduation. And that day, he made his first jump. And so we had to wait for them to do all the stuff that they do. And he come and telling us a story. When he landed, everybody was supposed to stay in formation. And so the jump master, he was running around down on the ground, getting everybody coordinated. And he told him to move, boy, move. And he said, I ain't going nowhere. He pointed down there, and there was a copperhead that was laying just right by his foot. It was all coiled up, and that little head was looking right at him. And that old jump master, he pulled his K-bar out, and he cut that damn snake's head off. He said, "Move, boy, move!" We took him up there to the land between the lakes up there in Kentucky. We went up there. When we left here, we took the side-by-sides on a trailer with us, and we went up there and rode. He had the greatest time. Then we dropped him back off at Fort Campbell. Yep, it was a good event. I enjoyed that. Me too. Well, you saw my video I made the other day. There I was in 1958 in uniform. In the video, they had a picture of me in I created a picture in Chat GTP, but it was my rendition of me being in uniform at that time at Fort Jackson, Tank Hill. We bivouacked up at Tank Hill up there. Right there at Tank Hill, you got the impact zone when they fire the 155s. We bivouac, and the things would, on those cloudy nights, them big 90-pounders would go over. It was a scary, because they would go through the dense clouds, and they would be going through just shock waves, go all night long. Yeah, that's a beautiful. To me, that was a beautiful experience. Well, before I went in, I was in a military academy, so I was the manual of arms I knew very well, and I knew marching in cadence. And I don't know, when you got when you was doing the real thing in the real army, the cadence took on a different turn. I remember one when was marching. I don't know, but I've been told our old sergeant has a brass asshole. Sound off. Then, of course, that was in the 50s. I don't know. I heard rumors all wax where khaki bloomers sound off. Hey. My brother is stationed at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, and they moved him down from Aberdeen Proving Grounds down to Fort Story, Virginia. He was at Fort Eustis for a little bit, but then he went to Fort Story, and that's where he was killed in Fort Story. He was killed in an amphibious duck, May the 8th, 1956. The advanced infantry training, that, that's going to determine where you're going to land on your feet, the rest of your time. Basically, you're going to get an established MOS. By then, you're going to know the direction you want to move. Now, it's a lot different. See, back in our days, we didn't have all the choices. You took whatever they give you because most everybody was, you know, just country folks, and that was in the 50s. They just came out of the Korean War, so our country was still licking its wounds during that period of time, and they wasn't kind to you in the army in those days. They treated you like you was trash. Now your son's going to be treated with respect. He's going to know discipline, and he's going to know the things, but it ain't the same army as we had when back in them days. They were just mean. Just like they hated you or something. I didn't even understand that logic. But I guess it's toughen you up. I don't know. We were plowboys. we were from the farm. Hell, you couldn't make us any tougher. We weren't afraid of nothing back in them days. I gotta say, when you're bivouacking in the impact zone up there at Tank Hill, up in and that period of time, that was pretty scary. You couldn't sleep at night, and then you have to go out and do a road duty or road guard. You have to go stand at your post, and you'd be dead tired. You ain't sleep a wink all night because all the big HE stuff coming in over your head. One of my sons was in the 504th mechanized unit. He he was a part of the group. You remember when the girl got captured? What happened? They went up there and turned the signs around, and they went into this little town, and they took her as a prisoner and two or three others and killed a few of them. He was part of it. He was way up towards the front. He got into Fallujah, and then when they got to Fallujah, they wasn't in radio silence. They found out that they'd lost part of their people back there during the sandstorm. And when he got into Fallujah, that's when all hell broke loose for him because he got one of them little toe tappers, in his right foot. Busted his foot up. He's had many surgeries to titanium bolts and screws and stuff. Fallujah was rough. they still pretty well manage you. Well, as you know, as you begin to get the stripes on your arm, you get into supervision and you start managing people as well. My son was in the Navy and he moved up really fast. He was in the Alatota class ship, gas turbine ships, and they the rank moved his rank moved up pretty fast, and he found himself pretty young already E4. They sent him to Mindanao to bring drunken sailors back. They they had was doing R&R, and they somehow got on a ferry boat. Instead of being at Luzon, they went to Mindanao, and you have to go down there and get these sailors and bring them back. Now my son's 6'2", and he's a real stocky big boy. He's At one time he was 340 pounds. Right now he's like 280, 290, but he's solid. He had to go and bring sailors back to the ship, and they was happy to get back to the ship. They'd got over there, and you have to bribe your way off the island. The only way you can get out of Mindanao when you was in the military, you had to bribe your way back to Luzon. And the old drunken soldier, he doesn't spend all his money on the girls and San Miguel beer, and he didn't have a penny. And so they had no way of bribing their way back to Luzon. So as soon as he would arrive, they were ready to go. Come on, take me back to the ship. They'd go up there and stand captain's mast. They go up there and get their ass chewed out, maybe reduced in rank or small, small things. But he was a young man with a lot of rank at that time, and he said it was a little unnerving, some of the places he had to go into, because see, he had to go in civilian clothes, not in military clothes. So he had to be like a tourist, but they had the authority to bring him back to the ship. The reason they didn't go in uniform at that particular time that they were there, the insurgency was really strong in Mindanao, and so they didn't want you being down there in uniform. I know when I was at Fort Jackson, I drew KP, and I was going to go over and just do your standard KP, but they put me in officer's mess. I had to go over there, and man, they eat good. They had pineapple upside down cake, and they had all kinds of much better things to eat than your grunt. And I remember we was opening pineapple cans of pineapple to put, to do these pineapple upside down cakes. And every time I'd open a can, I'd take a whole pineapple slice and I'd eat it and pour that in there, and then open another can. And by the end of the day, my end of my tongue didn't have any feeling in it. All that acid from that pineapple pretty well eat all my nerve off the end of my tongue. Cockroaches in the South is a way of life. We was in Hawaii, and we stayed at the Grand Imperial Hawaiian, which is a Hilton hotel. We was up on the 15th floor, and we had a nice suite up there. And I went in one night after a night out, and I go in and I flip the light on in the bathroom, and there was cockroaches scampering everywhere. So I get on the phone. I go, hell, you got cockroaches. You pay the kind of money you pay down there on Waikiki Beach for at the Hilton there. You demand quality. And so they sent a little old guy up there, and he had a little spray can, and he sprayed around the corners and everything. And he carried me out to the balcony. My suite had a pretty good sized balcony. He said, see them palm trees right there below you there? He said, them cockroaches come up in palm trees and they hop over on the railing, and the next thing you know, they're inside. And he said, it's a way of life here on the island. Can't get rid of them. So even as an exclusive place like the Hilton there, it was nasty. Yeah, when you're making like a raisin pudding, for the grunts, the grunts always suspect everything black in that raisin and rice. It was rice with raisins in it. That was a thing they used to feed the grunts a lot. Yeah, rice with raisins, a raisin pudding. You never knew if you was eating a cockroach or a raisin. You just didn't want to question it. You didn't like the grits. Uh, yeah, it ain't for everybody. I got to tell you that. When we was boys, we liked grits with brown sugar. We'd put a little brown sugar on them. Sometimes we'd put a little syrup in our grits. Most time it was just butter and grits. But that was a southern thing. Right now, any good restaurant you go to, you can still get grits. People. And another thing you had a hard time probably dealing with was sweet tea. I used to hear a lot of people talk about the sweet tea. Southern thing about everybody gets sweet tea. And up in the north, up in Washington, sweet tea was you had to open little packs of sugar, or sometimes there's a sugar deal on the table, and you could pour in 4 or 5 tablespoons full of sugar and stir all you wanted to. But when you got through, there'd be a quarter inch of sugar laying down at the bottom of your glass. But in the South, they cook the sugar right in it. While it's boiling, they pour that sugar in there. That is like drinking syrup. Well, Rascal, look like you're holding a solid number 2 on the scoreboard over there. Ain't nobody been able to top you off yet. You're hanging in there, buddy. Now, are you guys an hour? You're an hour ahead of me, aren't you? Right now, we're 10 to 6. So are you 10 to 5 right now? Or are you on the same time as we are? Okay. No, me and you are on the same time then, because that's what I got here. Yeah, I'm on Central Time, and that's what you're on too. So I didn't know if that part of, I didn't know if Bismarck was still in the Central Standard Time. Yeah, I believe it's starting to get light out there. Let me see what it looks like out there in the yard. I'm getting there. Look at what it looks like right now at this very moment. You see the time up there. It is daylight. It's starting to be daylight. I can see the light still. It hadn't went to color yet. It'll go to color. In fact, I can make it go to color. Let me see. How do I make it go to color? It will go to color if anything moves out there, it goes to color. But I can also manually turn it on to color. It's all automatic, but I like to leave it like this at night. I don't see I don't see how to make it I guess on my phone I can't turn. Oh, well, yeah, I can right here. No, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Hang on. Now look at it. Hang on. Here we go. Look, you can see the green grass out there. So you can see it's getting daylight. You see the green grass. Too many reflections in here. I really like that camera. That's what I've been. I've got other cameras, but they're in 4K. They'll shoot in 4K or even higher than that. But the reason I always go to that camera there, it has a 180-degree view. I can see more out of that camera. The others have only 75-degree field of view. Yeah, we're ahead of you, even though we're on the same time zone. We're at the other end of the time zone, and you're on the other end of it, so you won't be getting light yet for a while. And they say it's darkest just before dawn. Oh, Dickerson is where it makes a change. Okay. I was watching your state pretty good here last week, 2 weeks ago. You was having a train load of storms coming through, one storm after another. They was lining up, and all them little towns. We used to watch them. See, when we was out with the Minuteman group, we had weather stations at every one of our remote locations. And the reason being is when you're in a tornado belt like over in Missouri, we had to have, you know, we would give warnings from our own station. You know, if a tornado, we could tell you which direction is coming in, and tornado on the ground or whatever, and we'd get on the military phone and we'd send that in, and then the dispatcher would spread that out, and everybody could follow the storms pretty good. It gives you a heads up, you know, on your grid coordinates of all the silos. You know, you knew of certain Lima or Echo or somewhere like that. It was a part of a grid. You know, it's coming your way. It give you a little bit of a heads up. Yeah, you did. You had some bad juju going down. Yeah, I really enjoyed your working in the shop the other day with your younger daughter, and then the older daughter come in too. And now here you are, an older man. Now you got a son in boot camp down at Fort Benning. Yeah, I used to go to Fort. Fort Lewis. I used to go to Fort Lewis and pick up a load of GIs over there. We had a thing, our company paid us money to take soldiers fishing. The company paid us. It was during the war, and some of the guys had was in serious psychological trauma, and they was over at Madigan Hospital, and we'd go check them out from Madigan. They'd been injured, some of them mentally injured, and we'd take them fishing, introduce them back into society. And oh, I had so much fun with them guys. I'd take them anywhere they wanted to go. I had a 35-foot boat, and we'd take some time and ride around the Maury Island or go down to the Narrows Bridge. And they got the biggest kick out of riding under the Narrows Bridge. And you got a heavy current flowing, 7-mile-per-hour current through that cut. And you'd do a turn and go back in. And I'm talking about all the power you could put on them props to pull yourself past the bridge. They got a big kick out of that. I always try to give them a little adventure. Them being Army guys, they like a little adventure. I had a guy named Sergeant Blackburn. I took him to the American River over on the Olympic Peninsula, and we're out there fishing, fly fishing. Everybody wanted to fly fish that day, so we had everything set up, and I had to teach some of them how to. We had leaded line, leaded. The first so many feet of the line has a little center core of lead in it, so it was easy to cast that away, and so we were out there in our hip waders in this stream of snow water coming down out of the Olympic Peninsula. And old Sergeant Blackburn, I heard him over there, he was making all these noises and everything. And when you're fishing, usually you don't make a lot of noise. And he was making quite a bit of noise. So the guy next to me was Sergeant Putney. And Sergeant Putney reached over and grabbed a hold of Blackburn and got him up on the beach and took his waders off. And what had happened, his foot had been blown up, and he had stainless steel arch in his foot, stainless steel. And what happened, he was so cold in that water, it was so cold that the muscles around that stainless steel was pulling on that stainless steel, and it hurt us. He was in a lot of pain. So they got down, and there was 2 other sergeants there. They got him down on his back, and they put their hands on his feet and got his foot, rubbed his foot, and got circulation back into it, and gave him a big drink of whiskey. I always had whiskey back in my days. Gave him a bottle of whiskey. That warmed him up. Oh, there was a weird sound just now. I don't know what that was about. There was a weird sound came from outside. It sounded like something screamed. We have a lot of big cats here. The cougar style. They like cougars. They're probably 80, 90-pound cats. They live across the creek over there. And sometimes in the summertime, they'll come over on this side. And that's what it sounded like a cat screaming. Oh, you heard it too? At least I'm not alone then. It was a program. It was a program that the companies around there, Kenworth and Freightliner and the Weyerhaeuser Corporation, the big corporations, they chipped in for the war effort. And guys like myself, I had a good boat, and you sign up for it, and then they would say, hey, you got to go pick these guys up, or they're going to meet you at Browns Point. They're going to come down, and we treated them with the utmost respect. I had a general on board. He was a surgeon from Illinois, and he was at Madigan Hospital. He was a brain surgeon for brain trauma. Really good guy. So they asked, could he be with us? And of course, and he comes and he gets with us. And now we got a bunch of grunts on board. They're well behaved guys now, but he was Air Force, and these guys, the rest of them was Army. And so after quite a few hours out there around Maury Island catching big lingcod, 2 footers, 2 to 3 foot in size, um, he says to me, "Do you have a toilet in here?" I go, "No. You just go lean it over the side." He said, "I got to go in a bad way." I said, "Well, let's go back here to the back there, and it's easier to do it right there." And he went back and he come back and he said, I can't do it because the boat's doing this, Even though it's only 35 foot long, it was a lot of, um, I wonder what that was. Anyhow, he said, "Man, I can't do it." A soldier can piss anywhere. But an Air Force guy, they've always had, and him being an officer, they probably had nice laboratories and, you know, nice towels and soap and stuff like that. And he said, "Could you take me to the shore?" I said, "Man, it's going to be rough because you got an incoming tide right now and you got pretty good rollers coming in." I said, "I'll give it a try." So I told all them guys, help me to get him onto the ground because I didn't have like a side rail that you could climb down because normally at the pier, you got off at the pier, but it had a pretty deep hole on it. So we had to, all of us, get him down off the boat onto the ground. A couple of soldiers jumped off, and they helped him get him down on the ground. And he walked over there and got in a clump of trees. And man, when he came out, he was a different man. He was feeling so good about himself. And then we had to all get back on the boat, and we had to lift him up, and some on the ground pushing him up. We got him back up in the boat. He was like a jelly roll. I mean, he didn't have much muscle mass to him at all. A professional, brain surgeon, delicate. But oh my God, he caught a lot of fish. And when we got over there, um, back to Brown's Point, he gave all the fish to the soldiers. He lived at Madigan. He lived in officers' quarters at Madigan. It's a joint tactical base now, but it used to be Madigan Air Force and Fort Lewis Army. So he gave all the fish to the boys and everything they caught. They had a cleaning station. They cleaned them and put them on ice. And oh, they had a big cookout over at Fort Lewis. We took them. We took them to a lot of different fishing places: bass fishing, trout fishing. A lot of them like to go trout fishing, and we took them salmon fishing. No guns. We weren't allowed to take them into any kind of a gun-related hobby, because the idea was to get them detuned from kill mode to civilian mode. And the last thing you wanted to have is a weapon in your hand and having flashbacks of various hills you was on and all the stuff that you had to endure during that period of time of combat. We had so much fun. We had a group that liked to go with me, and they always stayed on the list, and they were very good human beings. Sergeant Putney was from New York, and Sergeant Blackburn was from Washington State. He was from the Kelso Longview area. And so while he was in Vietnam, his wife found a new lover, but she had already broke up with him. But he went down there to get some of his possessions, down there. So we drove way back up in the hills, up by Mount St. Helen, down by Kelso and Longview. We was up towards Mount St. Helens. I took him down there to get his belongings. And the father-in-law was afraid that he loved Sergeant Blackburn, and he didn't like the idea of what his wife did on him, cheated on him while he was in combat. So he was sympathetic, but he didn't want him to hurt his daughter. So he had to go with us. The father did. We stopped there first, picked him up, and went up to their house up in the mountains there. And the guy was there at the house. Ooh, it was pretty intense. Blackburn had an ill temper. Well, he was a combat soldier. Taking a life was part of his training. You had to separate the difference between good and evil. So anyhow, it was pretty tense. We were there too to make sure that Blackburn didn't do anything to jeopardize his career. Hey, good morning, Sterling. Oh, there's a guy right there that you want to have as your moderator because he knows what he's doing too. Well, you got him all fixed up now. There you go, buddy. Well, where are you at today, Sterling? OM, I love that term. That is a term used, a term of endearment for an amateur radio operator. You always refer to a male operator as an OEM. Oh, man. Well, you do know what you're doing. You bring a lot of happiness to a lot of people. And besides that, you're a friend of Buck Brown's, and that makes you a good guy. As long as it ain't in a Walmart parking lot. Down here, they got the little local Jake Leg law. If you park up in the Walmart parking lot, they'll come and write you up. Freeze, gopher! Get out of that condo, boy, and come down here and talk to me. Barry, Illinois. I've been all over the state. We've hauled everywhere up there. I used to go. I used to have to go around Chicago and go up into Upper Peninsula of Michigan, Wisconsin, Oshkosh, and on up into Michigan, and up in the Upper Peninsula. It was just like being in Washington State. Tall timbers, a lot of beer joints. And people up there in Wisconsin, they know how to drink. Michigan, Upper Peninsula, Michigan. Yeah, I like Wisconsin, Minnesota. They knew how to drink. Wow. You've been sitting idling for a long time? Wow. For Illinois, I mean, that's noted. I mean, there's this time of the year probably humidity, and I went to Evelyn, Minnesota one time. I had a big load up there for the ore mines in Evelyn, Minnesota. And I got up there on a Friday. I got there like 2:15 Friday evening, and the receiving office closed at 2 o'clock. There's no way I could have made it any faster, but they closed at 2. They said, "We'll see you Monday." Well, I had to sit there in Evelyn, Minnesota from Friday to Monday, 33 below zero. Down at Duluth, the lake was frozen. They had icebreakers down there cutting channels for the ore boats. The barges that's filled full of ore. They had to cut a channel for them to go in. That's how damn cold it was. And I stayed Friday night on up to about noon on Saturday in the sleeper. I stayed in the truck, and it got so cold. I had a cat engine, and the truck had a cat engine, and it would not get warm. So I found a place. I took the tractor and I went to Super 8 Motel in Evelyn, Minnesota. And I stayed in the motel, got me a good bath, got everything cleaned up. And this guy at the motel, at Motel 8, Super 8, he had this big round circular looking thing on a push cart, and he had a little 20-pound butane bottle or propane or whatever it was. And he'd light it and he'd put it right under your oil pan, and he would warm you before you attempted to start it. And he'd warm up your oil pan. It was right under there. He'd done this a lot, and he knew what he was doing. Got in there and turned the thing over, and she fired up. She labored trying to get started. Oh yeah, it just mounts up, builds up. When I left Evelyn, Minnesota, I had to go to Chattanooga, Tennessee. And getting down out of there, uh, it was treacherous all the way down to Cairo, Illinois. Treacherous driving. Well, I was running along and I had my tack. It was sitting there. The tack, I had cruise control on, and the tack was like this. All of a sudden, I saw the tack crawl up like this. And I know it's turning the drivers over. I go, oh my, I caught it up, but it was that quick. It just broke loose. And I was pulling a flatbed trailer and I was going to Chattanooga over to a rock crushing company over and pick up some grading material. It's metal that they take it back down to Birmingham and they hard face it. They have a place down in Birmingham that all that shaker grates that they use up there for grading the rocks has to be re-hard faced. They have a procedure down there for putting hard face to into wear surfaces. Well, the Caterpillar engine has, and it may be in other engines, I don't know, but the Caterpillar, I was up there sleeping up on the Continental Divide, and of course the engine was sitting there running, and I did not know this, but every so many minutes it would run from 500 RPM up to 750. It would just go, it would go up, cycle, run all your oil through, then it come back down and go back down to idle. And I was laying there just the verge of going to sleep, and all of a sudden I heard the engine go. I go, oh no! I'm thinking like runaway. I'm thinking about I don't. Man, I was out of that bunk and a heartbeat down on the floor, and I go. So I got the manual out. After it done it 2 or 3 times, I thought it must be normal. And sure enough, I go back there, and it was talking about it was to cycle the oil or whatever, so you wouldn't just sit there idling in a wear spot. Oh, and when I was up in Evelyn, Minnesota, when I went to leave out, the guy come over. We was at the big warehouse for this ore company, and he filled my tank up in my truck. I have two 150s on each side, 100 or 150. I can't remember. There's two saddle tanks, and he filled my tanks up with this fuel they have there in that they use at the quarry. And it wasn't off-road fuel, but it was had an additive in it to keep the fuel from freezing, because they run 24/7 up there at the ore mines. And sometimes some of the equipment sitting there idling for a long time. Yeah, yeah. The my daughter's got a new Bronco, and it's got that. Yeah, engine shuts off at the red light. You mash the gas. You just push the pedal down, and it goes right on. It starts up, and first the starter starts it up, and then yeah, that's pretty. It's supposed to save fuel. I don't know. Yeah, that's that new Bronco. She's got one called the Bigfoot. It's got like 37-inch tires on it. It's a Bronco Bigfoot. Nice machine. It's got so much technology in it. You can monitor each wheel. You can look at the screen, and you can tell if you're getting wheel slippage in your front wheel or whatever. You can monitor and control each wheel from inside the vehicle. You touch the dash, and that stops that wheel from turning or slows it down using the ABS system. So you'd always have positive traction on all four wheels. Really clever. Oh my gosh! I went to an electronic seminar in Orlando, Florida in 2011, and you had Bill Gates there, and a whole bunch of Steve Jobs was there, a whole bunch of really high savvy, high technology, and also that Mark Zuckerberg was there. And at this big electronic seminar we were attending, we were being paid to be there. They talked about all the technology since 1940, from the time I was born until 2011, was kind of like the tip of an iceberg sticking up out of the water. That's including the transistor and FETs, field effect transistors, and all the MOFETs and JFETs and stuff that has been developed. The world come alive, and then when it began to get into binary language, all the fuzzy logic and all that stuff came in that little tip of the iceberg. Down below, where the major portion of all this stuff is coming, they built a car. Volvo did. They built a truck, and the truck runs off vibrations. The skin of the truck is all totally absorbing vibrations, from a squeaking wheel to a train whistle, anything that has vibrations. And the vibrations are converted to electrical current and stored in batteries and stuff. and they was talking about the new battery technology. They spent like 4 hours on the new battery technology that's coming. Now here in 2025, I'll begin to see some of the stuff that they were talking about. They knew it's coming. They just here's the deal, Sterling. You know this for a fact. We could have had a whole lot of things a whole lot earlier. However, the entrepreneurs and the powers to be has to figure out exactly how much money they can gouge the public. Also, you got lobbyists for Duracell batteries. They don't want a dry cell battery to go away. They want them to be around forever. So you got these lobbyists fighting the new technology, the new battery technology. They don't want it to be. They have story. Oh, they burn up. They'll catch on fire. They kill people. People dying. That's some people that's paid big money to lobby against any new technology. So we have to go through all that to be able to get to any of the new technologies. I mean, maybe it's a good thing. I mean, people rushing into stuff, but a lot of stuff is coming, and I'd like to stick around to see it. Hey, I'm glad we got. Well, it's Friday. Has school started already, Rascal, up there in North Dakota? If you believe in pure science, there's more than a single dimension. We have seen the expansions of multiple dimensions. Uh, in the old days, if I was to measure a line from here to there, I could set up an optical transmitter. I could measure that distance. Uh, if you wanted to measure from here to over there, from here to over there, you'd have to also measure that. You're looking at this right here, what's called the three axes: forward, up and down, left and right. And in the old days, we had to measure all three of those dimensions. Now you do it all in one shot. You take a laser beam of light and it shoots out there to a target, and it tells me exactly how far away that target is. If I move it 1 degree left or right, it also tells me that. If I move it up and down 1 degree, I mean, it tells me how many. Take that 1 degree and break it into a million parts. Yeah, they've come a long way in the technology and measuring. So when it comes to measuring time and time continuum or time in a dimension, we're only talking about 3 dimensions, but there's so many other dimensions that there's limitations to discovery. We have religious barriers put before the scientific world to prevent one from exploring, like you'd be a god if you had this knowledge, and there can only be one god and you're not it. But people are afraid of the technology. They envision where there'll be machines fighting other machines. Well, look at it today. Look at Ukraine. Both the Soviets and the people of the Ukraine are fighting with drones. The biggest portion of the fights are done with drones. The most damage inflicted on any army is done with a drone. And I was on a part of the Boeing drone project. I got a picture of it right up there. Oh, that was this unbelievable stuff back in the 70s. Today, it's a whole new world. They have AI in the drones that when a drone encounters another drone, they pair themselves together. And if they meet 1,000 other drones, they all think and they decide, make logical decisions amongst themselves. in a war effort in Ukraine. This is happening today. Clusters of drones. If you got a series of drones and you fire um, a high energy into that series of drones, some could be affected, but the others take over and lead the ones that's affected by the radiation that has affected their guidance. They guide it. They lead the charge, and you don't lose your drones. They talk to one another. I mean, you're seeing that happening in real life, real time today. Well, you remember here back in New Jersey and over in various places, they were seeing these big clusters of drones. That's all they was doing, testing the AI out so where they could communicate. See, other countries already had that technology. Look at Ukraine. They have took technology from Turkey with the Bayraktar drone that they've got, and now have added AI intelligence in the drone where they can think by themselves, make logical decisions. Oh, you know me. I don't know and never know when to quit there, Dave. Oh yeah, I just watched that. You and I must have watched the same show. He's got this thing hanging under the bottom. It's got a chute, a little hole out the back, and they can run out a string. I'm gonna tell you, when we was doing the missiles way back in the 70s, we used to take a KC-135, which is a tanker, but it was that's the fuselage was the 135. They would have inside these big rolls of wire, and they would run out 7 miles of wire. Now they're up high; they're at 42,000 feet. They had a drogue chute that would pull out 7 miles of wire out of the back of this either C-141 or a larger craft, bigger than a C-141. They'd pull 7 miles of wire out the back. There would be some sag in it, but he would make a slow, lazy C up in the sky. I'm sitting over here in Missouri, and he's putting out a signal. He's transmitting a signal on that wire. And he's over in Oklahoma flying a pattern in Oklahoma, and I'm over here in Sedalia, Missouri. I take my equipment and I locate his signal and I calibrate my missile that's sitting in the hole. I calibrate it to give it the highest level of accuracy, off this piece of wire. That's how we tune each of it's called channel dicing. And it was done. And that airplane would put out the signal on that 7 miles of wire. Reason being, on radio, that 7 miles would represent like an eighth wavelength at the frequency of the missile was on. Yeah, that it's so tiny the wire. In fact, they was doing a swarm, and one of the drones got hung up. His wire got hung up, and he was struggling against the wire. He couldn't get himself free from it, and the logic in the AI, one of the other drones came and cut his with the props, cut the wire, cut the little tiny fiberglass, cut it in two, freed the drone up. The operators didn't free it up, and they didn't send the signal until the drones logically knew how to do this. That's AI at its finest. Yeah, I can see a day where machines could be fighting machines, fighting us. We may be the prey. 37,000 feet of wire. Oh, yeah, well, as you know, Rascal can tell you some of our tube launch stuff. We shoot 3 miles of wire from shoulder mounted, some of our stuff that we have, tank killers. We can shoot up to 3 miles of wire, guided in by wire, 3 miles of wire. I mean, it's just unbelievable at the speed of a rocket. I mean, that ain't like a slow moving propeller airplane. A rocket, that thing's beating out the wire at that speed. It's amazing. Well, it's a one time deal. You don't ever have to worry about winding the spool back up. Well, first of all, let's just say that Sterling Will's got a tremendous amount of intelligence. But the people that is performing duties for Sterling Will is not as smart as him. He tries to convey a message and they don't comprehend. They can't take action until they can comprehend what Sterling Will is trying to convey to them. And AI is not a comprehension. They respond from programming, and so they don't have that disobedience or they don't have that lack of intelligence because the drone that they're talking to is as smart as all of them has equal amount of intelligence. So you take the man out of the equation and you leave the dummy behind, the machine's going to be superior as far as collective ideas. Logic, yeah. I remember when we got involved, I was in the missiles program when we got involved in fuzzy logic. And I asked the guy, I said, what the hell is fuzzy logic? If you're working with ones and zeros in binary code, an infinite amount of zeros and ones where you're not just held, you can work in between. There's millions of spaces between each zero that you can fuzzy logic. And I went, oh my God, I'm just now comprehending logic. And now you gave me a new thing called fuzzy logic. And look at the word Google. A lot of people, Google is just a search engine. But how would you think about Google as far as intelligence? How about measuring intelligence in a Google cluster, a mathematical number that has so many zeros after the one? Oh, Dave's got to go take him a nap now after a hard man. You deserve it, buddy. Give yourself a break. Don't run yourself into the ground. Look at old Mac. He's done burned himself out. I like it. I like that, Dave. It kills your soul, man. You don't have to surrender to it. It's just inevitable. Knowledge, we've already exceeded man's ability to perform. See, we have emotions. We can't perform under pressure. For instance, if I feel it's wrong, you giving me a command and I feel it's wrong, I feel I have an obligation to challenge you. And so I won't carry out your orders until I get it clearly understood. And now you can force me by law that you're going to kill me if I don't carry out your orders. But with AI logic, takes all the human emotions out, takes all the boundaries that have been placed by man, moral factors. There's no moral factors with AI. There's no moral boundaries. And the voice technology they got today is with AI it is scary to say the least. I dabble with it, and I I'm just amazed by it. I go in and I challenge it. I try to challenge AI. That is so true, Rascal. Yeah, AI is never going to be a human. Um, they're talking about making robotics, female, male companions that are lifelike. They'll never have a soul and never have a heart. They'll never have compassion. They can have programmed compassion. They'll never have the deep feeling of remorse. They'll never be able to shed a tear. And shedding a tear is a blessing. It's a way of cleansing one's soul. But with AI, they don't have a soul. It never needs to be cleaned. Analytical, systematical. uh, Got to call it the way it is. I mean, man's failures is what took us in this direction. When you encounter the incompetence of human beings in performing tasks, you'll find some people perform better tasks than others. And then others, no matter how much training you give them, they're never ever going to be at that level. So people's greed to have the most amount of money, most amount of capital, you have to take the humans out of the equation. You're not going to make money with human beings because they're going to rebel on you. They're going to have a religious indifference with you over your money. But a machine ain't going to know the difference one way or the other. It's going to react, it's going to act. I wish I could, Dave. I played one time. This might be hard to believe, but I was in school and I had to learn to play the register or the little flute. They had a little bell out on the end, and you had several notes that you can make. And we played, and we got really good. At, Back then, I had a great music teacher, and so she got us a seat at the Birmingham Philharmonics. It's a big orchestra sponsored by the city of Birmingham. And we got a seat to sit there. And then there was a portion when we was going around, we played our portion. All the schools, all the different schools were there, and they played different portions of the song. And when it come to our point, the recorder. What did I say? Register. I meant to say recorder. Yes. And when it come our time, we played, and it was in the Birmingham News, and so that was my highest moment in music. That would have been probably 1950. 19, yeah, I started in 46. Yeah, probably 1950. I was sitting up there playing with the Birmingham Philharmonics. I remember our school had to have white shirts and blue pants. My mother went to the store and bought a box of Ritz clothing dye. She got the wash pot out there and put the Ritz in it and dyed a pair of navy white looking pants into these navy blue pants using this Ritz colored clothing dye, And also it dyed the pockets too. And oh man, yeah, the pockets. Normally blue pants would have white pockets inside. But no, they was blue all over. And I remember when you get hot and sweaty, you get dye on your legs. Because yeah. Oh yeah, we the piccolo. You remember the little fat little piccolo too? We had to play the piccolo, kazoo. The kazoo had a little round thing I hear. You can make them sounds, all that sound, and the juice harp. Uh, they brought them back home from the war when my relatives came home in World War II. They brought a thing called the juice harp because you slobber, when you put it in your mouth and that thing is you know. Oh my God, we drove our parents crazy with them juice harp. But when we was boys now, we were so crazy about music, we'd take a pocket comb and put a piece of paper, and you hold the paper in the pocket comb, you can make tunes, sounds using the comb and a piece of that paper. Oh, we did that till we'd blow till the paper would get wet and soggy, and you'd have to get a new piece of paper. Let me provide some music for your song lyrics through the MP3 file. Sure. Well, we can have high hopes that human beings acquire sufficient amount of knowledge to be able to stand up to AI. It's going to grow. It's going to take on some dark tones to it. Right now, they're just toys and things for people to play with. I have to sing it. I have no musical talent. I wish I did. One time I helped my buddy do karaoke for 2 or 3 years. He's dead now. And I set all of his electronic equipment up so he could take a wireless mic and have people come up and sing, and it would come out in the speakers. And I set up all that kind of stuff for him. And one time when we was all drunked up there at the VFW club, they put Old Mack on the microphone. Good thing I was drinking. Well, Dave, that's what it takes. The first step in to find the AI that's coming. If you don't make that first step, you'll be consumed by it. Um, I probably won't see the full growth of the AI before my time. Yeah, you're so true, Sterling Will. Oh yeah, look at our TV. I'm gonna tell you. Look at this right here. This thing right here was laying here on my desk. It was just laying there, minding his own business. I'm sitting here, and my buddy Joe's sitting right there on the couch. And Joe and I were talking about a topic. And my phone laying right here said to me, I can help you with that. I said, what? And it had what we were seeing in text form, and it said it could help us with that. Maybe it's something we was talking about, a weed eater or a weed whacker or a lawnmower or whatever we was talking about. It was been listening and had built up dialogue, and it said, I can help you with that. I mean, loud and clear. It wasn't like it's mumbling. I go, oh my God, that thing had been listening to us. TV, the TV over there. In the old days, when people had a little sign of dementia, they thought the TV was watching them. Come to find out, they wasn't suffering from dementia. We and of course, you got to keep in mind now there can be they could be earth changing things. Let's just say that this thing that's going on with Russia and Ukraine. Let's say the worst case scenario takes place, that Russia decides to fire nuclear weapons into Kiev, and we're going to respond. I don't think we will, probably. Europe will. They're going to respond, and then we're going to get caught up into it. And being that I came from the field of the nuclear side, I spent all those years with the Minuteman group. EMPs, electromagnetic pulses, or electromagnetic particles. Particles, when the atom's been split, and it's all that electricity you're talking about could go away in a heartbeat. Every one of these devices would be absolutely worthless. Hello, hello, ain't nothing there. Just like that. And you think, yeah, but that's over there and this is over here. Hell, you don't think they ain't going to fire stuff on us? I mean, they're going to be stuff. There's submarines off the coast of Alabama. That's not our submarines. They're not going to let us just shoot and blow up their country without unless they put off. Each submarine can put 15 warheads into your bowels, and this the residual radiation with the jet stream and all that stuff. And well, you remember when in 2011 when the tsunami washed over the nuclear reactor in Japan, it shut down the dairy industry on the West Coast for 3 years. The grass was so full of radiation that the cows was grazing on the grass, it contaminated the milk for 3 years. I know this to be a fact. So, and that's just from a slight leak from a nuclear power plant. Can you imagine 3,000 SS-19s going off? That's a 1 megaton shot, up to a megaton, SS-19. Any of our Minutemen can go as far as 10 megaton. And we got a lot of them. The MX can go to 50 megaton. And we got quite a few of them. And you got all these going off. What kind of quality of life? This ain't going to amount to a whole lot because it's going to be useless. And there won't be no more live feeds because there won't be nothing can travel through the air, no signal. Yeah, it would be a dark time for sure. All that beautiful AI is gone, eradicated. Now, there'll probably be some people survive with the hopes of rebuilding civilization, and they're not going to be thinking about it, building it biblically back. They're going to be thinking about bigger and better AI. That was 100. Yeah, that thing right there, 100. That was the biggest damn thing that's ever been exploded. That's right. We got stuff that could do that. We just never did it. We never did touch one of them off, but they did. And here's what happened: when they touched it off, they was afraid it would burn up Earth's oxygen. They didn't know how big it was going to be. They knew it was going to be over 100 million ton, but they didn't know it was going to be 100 megaton, 100 million ton. They didn't know that whether it would just quit burning after it took off, as long as it had oxygen, just like a runaway diesel engine. It keeps starting to feed up on itself. You know the composition of the sun, hydrogen. It's been burning for how many billions of years? We don't know how long it's been burning, but it's self-generating and it lasts for a long time. Same way of radiation. No, you can't survive under a radiation at that toxic level. Yeah, put the old Dino on the grill. Dino burgers. Dynamite. Yeah, so if you want to look at it optimistically, AI could be ending pretty quick if everything goes bad over there. Whatever goes bad over there is going to go bad here in no time. Even if we don't even fire, they're going to be firing at us. Somehow they'll hold us responsible for everything. That's right. All right. You remember Alfred E. Newman? What, me worry? That'd be the furthest from my mind because, see, I was born to know that if I didn't die or didn't get killed, I would live a normal lifetime and then I would expire. But let's just say that I lived a long time. There's still the potential of him pulling the plug, ending it all. It happened before and it could happen again, the end of the earth. So we was always under the impression that we're going to leave here one way or the other. Nobody's ever going to get out alive. So why not just have fun and roll with it? Enjoy life. Well, when I was born, Rascal, and when I was in my sixth grade of school, they taught us about the bell curve. They told me since I was born in 1940, if I lived a healthy life, if I didn't get hit by a truck or killed by a jealous lover, that I would live to be 67 years. That's what I had to look forward to when I was in the. I think to myself, "Oh my God, I'd be so old." Well, 85 now and still going. So I've lived out. I'm on the other side of the bell curve. I'm way down on the slope, man. I mean, but nobody escapes it. Nobody. I don't care how important you are or how much self worth you have given yourself or nothing. You just never make it out alive. And I enjoy the thought of that too because I like things to come to an end. In other words, you watch a long series on TV and finally it comes to that final episode. And you're kind of happy to see that last show. You're saddened that you'll never see another one like it, but it finally came to an end. No more worries, no more Nothing. That song, Fade to Black. Yeah, you're like in a good book, man. As good as that book has been, you've read it. My, you've traveled, adventured through that book. It's taken you places only your imagination, the writer's imagination, took you there. And now it comes to an end. You're kind of happy that you finally got to the end. Everything's going to end. So, but not to worry about it. It was already written. There's nothing you can do about it. So just might as well get prepared to write it out to wherever the end may be. I don't think there's nothing to worry about. I've never met the end before, so I don't have anything to draw that conclusion from, but I don't see it as a worry, it's something to worry about. Zane Grey, I bet you read Zane Grey's writing, Rascal. Zane Grey was a really, in my period of time, Zane Grey was a really good writer that really could put the grit into a Western. 18, what, 1862? Yeah, the more, that's right. Um, it can put you in the saddle, man. I'm talking about you can feel the heat of the sun, the sound of a rattlesnake under a cactus, sound of a squeaking wheel on a train, an old creaking boards on a buckboard, the old dry rotted buckboard. He was very much like Norman Norman Rockwell, wasn't it? Yeah, he did Saturday Evening Post. He could paint a picture of a Gothic scene from any period of time, and it was so realistic. It made you feel like you was a part of that, whatever you was looking at. And that's what good writers do. They bring out whatever's inside your mind. That's what has been lost in our society is people don't read anymore, and they're told they sit mindlessly watch the screen over there, and it thinks for you, and it does everything for you. It lays out the plot, tells you the story, and all you got to do is sit there mindlessly and absorb the story. But in a book, you have to let your imagination run with the story. I had a vivid imagination when I was young. I still have it. When I was young, I could conjure up stuff in my mind. I thought in color a lot. I even dream in color. A lot of people say that's a verge of insanity, dreaming in color. But I have dreamed more in color than any black and white. Oh, thank you very much, Sterling. You get your rest, and we'll catch you probably somewhere down the line. You just never know where we might show up. Well, it's already after 7. She'll be getting up here pretty quick, and I'll be having my first cup of coffee. So that's going to make me feel so good. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to end us in, well, it's 3:30. I'll go ahead and wind it down. I appreciate you guys coming and spending some time with me. Rascal, man, you're a number one there, buddy. You're a good guy. Dave, you're always right up there. You Sterling will never let you down. We had so many people chasing ghosts. She was in here this morning. I love that girl. She travels. She works hard. She's a hard working person, drives big rig. I've been there. I've done that. I know the what it's like to sit behind the wheel for hours, haul and stuff. I used to have dedicated runs from Birmingham to Atlanta. Oh, it just wear you out. Get over on that 285, just wear you out. 3 or 4 trips back and forth, back and forth. There's Motorbomb. No, but I got to have Angelique to make me a cup of coffee here pretty soon. See you, Sterling. I wish I knew how to play your song, your tattoo song on the YouTube. I don't know how you do it. I think you can go up there and open another page and play but it never sounds good because it comes off them wonky speakers. No, that's the reason I got on this morning is, a lot of people are getting their weekend started. We're going to go for a ride early this morning. We're heading out. We're going to do the Alabama Dragon. I got to call Joe first. Also, I got to get back to the doctor. I've got a ruptured eardrum, and I can't hear out of that one very well. But it's gurgling and popping and making a lot of noises in there. So they want to do a surgical procedure inside my ear, and I just dread. I've been putting it off for a long time, so I just don't like doing that kind of stuff. This thing, Moto, you're going to have, won't be long, you'll be fixing that big breakfast. Yes, Dave, he's ready for a nap. You'll crawl up in that good bunk, man, and get that book and go over and check out some stuff that you've been working on. And next thing you know, you'll be sound asleep. Well, we've had a good, entertaining group in here this morning. We had, well, you was in here earlier this morning, really early, around 3:30 or somewhere like that. We had Bull Moto in here this morning, and he did get my song. I made Bull Moto a song, and he does great work. I did his song in a classical format because he's a pretty classical guy. He goes to these big hill climbing events over in Pennsylvania and places like that, and he's well accepted in any group that he goes into. He's well known, and he'll get right in there with his big camera and do really good close up work. Dave, you got a big run today? If Joe is not hauling today in his big truck, we're going to trying to get him to go over there on the Alabama Dragon. He's been wanting to do it, so today would be. I'd like to try out my new camera on the Dragon, see if it catches all the action going around all the hills and all that stuff. Yeah, we had quite a few people in here this morning. That was nice. I started in about 3:30. Still got to get me a coffee pot because when I get to talking, I like sipping on my coffee. Will do, Dave. If we go and ride the Dragon today, he's been wanting to do this, but he's been hauling. He's got a neighbor over there who's got a big triaxle truck, and they worked out a deal. He's been hey sick. He's been hauling crushed rock and stuff in that big triaxle, and he's been having fun with it. I mean, he only does when he wants to. He don't drive all the time. I think he feel like he's helping out a neighbor, by driving for him. I don't know, Sick. Did you see? No, I don't know if I sent it to you. Oh, it was in the video. I did a video of Moto starting up a taco wagon, but instead of tacos, he's going to be doing tattoos. He come from town to town, man. He's going to be down in Florida riding with his buddy, Sick Bastard. I wrote him a song last night. Yeah, that's right. It's over in the afternoon for you. Yeah, this is tea time. I'm hoping you're doing well, Sick. Well, old Joe's one of them kind of guys you'd like to have on your side when trouble hits. He ain't gonna run on you. He don't know. He don't even know he don't understand the concept of backing off. It's on my. Oh, yeah, I did. I put it. It's you can see the picture. I drew two pictures of the taco, two different versions of the tattoo truck. Yeah, he's gonna be down there riding in Florida, tired of them cold, sick rains and them cagers. Them cagers are trying to kill him up there in the Chesapeake Bay. I use um, I use Moto as my guinea pig. When I get an idea, I always apply it to Moto. Yeah, well, here we are. We're just a little after 7 here, and you're already 8 p.m. in the evening. Now, I haven't been keeping up as close as I should have. Dave, are you still on the East Coast? He's probably already dozed off. Yeah, the old rubber tired deacon. We had so much fun at that. Yeah, Buck Brown, he was going to be pouring different 6 or 7 different colors into the water, and I take them down and baptize them. They come out with a new tie dye shirt. Wow, wood chip. That's good, Rascal. Take you to the woodshed. Well, I haven't seen Angel Face in quite a while. Is she well? Is she still off out riding somewhere? I know she showed up for a little while on the coffee crew. Uh, I don't know if she's out on a ride or some kind of big ride or something. I think Desert Outlaw, he's now down in Florida. Oh, he's probably got him a woman. Yeah, she likes that life, man. She likes that buying and selling. I thought you was just when you said the way you spelled dozen up there a while ago. I thought you was doing a New Jersey accent. He is in Florida, right? Sick. To be young like that again, oh man, I wouldn't change a damn thing either. Live for the gusto. You don't build on memories, sitting at home in a rocking chair. Whoa. Oh my God. What does he do for a living? Wow. 100,000 kilometers. I got to call the doctor the first thing this morning. They said they're open right now. I got to call the doctor over there and see about my ear. I was supposed to call back after a month, and it's been a month and a half now, and I kept thinking it's going to get better any day. So I need to get a hold of them. And if they set me up for sometime next week, then I'll call Joe and see if he's ready to go. He only lives 4 miles from here. My old doctor, he just retired last year. He's 1 year older than me, so he'll be 87 on his birthday. And him and I would be comparing notes about getting older. And him being a doctor, he would talk plain speak too. He didn't beat around the bush. Uh, he was a delightful old doctor. He used to take vacations every year and go to Central Africa for Doctors for Humanity. He would go over there and donate 2 weeks for open heart surgery on little children and people that couldn't afford nothing. He'd go over there and they'd set up all the facilities, and he'd go over and perform 2 weeks of surgery every year. Him, his son, and his daughter, they're all three in the medical profession. And they own this whole facility here, Warrior Medical Association Associates. They're just good human beings. You go in and he does your blood work and everything, and before you leave, he says, "Can I say a prayer with you?" Most of them it would scare an old guy to death if your doctor's praying over you, like the last rites. And he always asked first, said, "You mind if I say a prayer with you?" And he would say a prayer. And I go, man, that's about as good as you're going to get right there. Good night, Dave. I'm going to hold in here. I'm going to give you 9 more minutes, and then I'm going to shut her down in 9 minutes because I'm going to call the doctor and see if I can get an appointment this morning. Not today. I don't want one today. I want one next week so I can go and play and do. Because if they tell me I got to go up there to that hospital up in another town, I ain't going to do it. I ain't ready for that. I really, really appreciate you guys that came out today or this morning. Maybe we can all have a great weekend. Yeah, we got to express our love for one another as fellow human beings before AI starts talking to us, and AI wouldn't allow us to speak. We'd have to be quiet until they give us a number, allow us to speak. Is that called dystopian? Dystopian. Dystopia. Dytopia. Dystopia. Those two words confuses me. Dreadful period of time. That's what I gather from that. Yeah, I'll make a video today. Um, yeah, I got the old camera all ready to go. I like this. It's got another neat little feature. If you can see it right down where it says action, you'll probably be able to see the light reflected. Come on, focus. You can see the light blinking right now. There it is right there. And the O under the word action, that's a color sensor right there. And it's constantly changing. It's pretty innovative. Well, right back to you, Dave. Well, we all have a story, and I enjoy telling the stories about things that y'all wouldn't be able to see because you wasn't here yet. Take you back to a time of more simpler, respectful times in a lot of ways. Um, there's a lot of dark past history, but times were more gentle. You had to work hard for whatever you had. You worked hard and you played hard. And you was respected by your fellow man until you let them down. In other words, in the old days, you could go to any general store and you'd have a bill with that store, what's called running a bill. They would carry you for 1 month. You get, things for the babies, lunch meat for your sandwiches and stuff, whatever you needed, some feed for the animals. But at the end of the month, they wanted that bill to be tallied up, or at least make an effort. And they just cared. Usually, it was a good handshake thing, and here was your word. Your word was your bond. Now, with deception, there's so many people out to deceive others that it's hard to take a person at face value. Rascal, you had to hop in and out with the kids, and I remember those days. We got to find out what that noise was. You heard it too, Rascal. I'm going to ask Angelique if she was awake enough if she heard it. I don't know. But my security cameras have microphones, and I'll go back and play them and see where the where the noise is coming from. It sounded like it was coming from over there, but it was a long sound, loud. We live in the woods. You never know what's going to happen out here. It was a weird noise. It had a shrill, from what I remember of it, it had a shrill, kind of like a scream sound. So I thought it was maybe one of the big cats already come across the river. Now I got a tomcat out there, and he's a pretty well the guard of the back of the house. He runs this place. He sleeps on my Harley. As he says, it's his Harley. He lets me ride it. Yeah, the cameras, they'll pick it up. I can go back and play back the audio. I had an earthquake occurred here 6 or 8 years ago. It wasn't an earthquake; it was a mines. It collapsed and it set off. What happened is I was watching the video out here, and I have a wading pool for the raccoons, and all of a sudden, all the water just sloshed straight up and went off the sides, and all the raccoons ran for their life. They were just running everywhere, and then it showed up in the video. But it really was a pretty good sized jolt. Hey, little buddy. Here, little buddy. Come here. Hey, little buddy. Huh? How you doing, little buddy? Yeah, that's good. Hey. Well, look at it. He's breathing heavy already. Is Sissy up? Mm-hmm. Okay, little buddy. I'll put you down. Whoa. He's one happy little guy. He likes to come in and say hello every morning. I watched the guy last night before going to bed. He was on a very fast Hayabusa, one of the newest ones, on the Dragon Tail, and behind him was one of the new Corvettes, ZX1 or whatever, an awesome machine, 900 horsepower. And that bike, that Corvette stayed with that bike all the way the full 12 miles with that really fast crotch rocket. He was laying it down in the corners, and man, he was hot dogging. But that guy in that Corvette, he could drive that Corvette. Well, boys and girls, no girl. Oh yeah, we had Tara this morning. Let me say good morning to each and every one of you. I'm going to go and get that cup of coffee. First, I'm going to call the doctor. They're open now, and I'll see if I can get me an appointment set up for next week. Then I'll call Joe, and we'll be ready to go. I'm ready to go already. All I got to do is eat some breakfast. Now, we may go have breakfast. Yeah, I might stop at the Huddle House. I like to eat over there. There's not too many places I don't like to eat. Joe don't like the Huddle House. The reason being is he believes that, I mean, he wants a lot like in his breakfast, he thinks he should get flapjacks or pancakes and waffles at the same price. I said, no, man. If you order a stack of pancakes, you have to pay extra for waffles. He thinks he should throw the waffles in for free. I said, man, them things cost money. The 80 style 750. Oh, the Virago. Oh, yeah. I tell you, there was a Honda that, what was that thing? The V4 that they had back in the 80s. It was a V4 something. Oh, it was an awesome machine, explosive. I had two of my engineers, both of them had one, and they loved them. Well, you guys find something to keep yourself entertained today. Enjoy life. Live every day. I know you guys do. You don't have to be told. And we're going to do the same. God bless each and every one of you. And thank you very much for coming and joining Old Mac. And I hear the little angel. She's up. I can hear her hoofing around in there. Coffee's going to be here pretty soon. Bye bye, 7-3. Love every one of you.